Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners of this land, the people of the Kulin Nations. We pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continued relationship to this land. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid style and is streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Streams and recordings of Council meetings are copyrighted and cannot be altered, reproduced, or republished without the permission of Council. Members of the public are not permitted to take photos, film, or otherwise record the proceedings of Council meetings. If we experience any technical difficulties this evening, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. I remind attendees that any member of the public addressing Council must extend due courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which it operates, and must take direction from the Chair, which is myself, whenever called on to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive, or objectionable, aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of Council. The first item we'll go through tonight on the agenda will be request to attend by electronic means. I've been advised by the CEO that we have received a request from Councillor Martin to attend electronically for tonight's meeting. Councillors, I'll now seek a mover for the motion that Council approves the request to attend the meeting electronically received from Councillor Martin. Councillor Bond, seconding Councillor Sirikoff. Thank you. I'll now put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. All right, and you'll see him up there on the screen. Welcome, Councillor Martin. The next item on the agenda is apologies. As I see everybody present in person or online, there are no apologies. Next, we're moving on to the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, the minutes of the Council meeting on the 6th of December 2023 have been circulated. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, can I have a motion to confirm these minutes? Hands up. Thank you, Councillor Crawford. And Councillor Nyaguy to second. I'll now put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Thank you. On to declarations of conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in a matter being raised at tonight's meeting? I see none. We'll move on to public question time and submissions. Under Council's governance rules, public questions can only be asked by items not on the agenda. Therefore, public questions will be referred to an officer for response. If you're speaking to an item on the agenda tonight, a councillor may wish to take up your question on your behalf when the item is considered. All right. I know we have a different platform today, so is there any tips, governance team, about how people are going to unmute or anything?
Still get a message they have to click.
Okay. I'm being advised that you'll still get a message if you're online that you'll need to click to unmute when it's your turn. So I will call upon the people to speak. I request that you say your name, your full name and suburb, please, for the record. And because we have so many people in attendance tonight and online, we will go down to 2 minutes per person to be fair to everybody. And I'm going to be strict about it because we want to make sure that we get through this, that we have equal opportunity to hear from you, but also make sure we're alert and not too tired to make good decisions tonight. So we'll first start online for the question from Rebecca Sullivan. Rebecca, can you hear us?
Yep, Rebecca Sullivan. I live in Melbourne 3004. My question this afternoon is relating to the state of litter in our streets and waterways. I've lived in Port Phillip Council for 3 years now, and I've noticed a significant deterioration in the state of litter around our streets and waterways. When logging issues in relation to this, I see only specific examples get fixed, and if at all, sometimes it's often closed without being fixed, but no improvement in the overall state of our litter. What is Council's plan to strategically and holistically deal with this? A plan that considers both prevention with community involvement and adequate clean-up.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to refer to our officer, Lachlan Johnson, to respond for you.
Thank you very much for your question this evening, Rebecca. It's concerning to hear that reports that you've made about requests being closed off without action being completed, so I'm more than happy for you to contact me after the meeting, provide those examples, and we'll follow those up. As you point out, the issues with public litter are a problem that Council seeks to address in a number of ways. So Council's local laws provide some ability. There's also the ability to avoid litter being generated in the first place. So Council provides a network of public place litter bins and some public place recycling bins to provide convenient options for members of the community to dispose of litter. Council's litter picking programs across the city also deal with litter that does end up on the streets. We target that specifically to areas like high streets, where in some high streets litter picking occurs 7 days a week. Council's Don't Waste It waste management strategy includes some specific actions for implementation this year and next to further reduce litter generation. So that includes things such as increasing the placement of public place litter bins and also improving accessibility to public place recycling bins. Unfortunately, as you note, a lot of litter still does land on streets and is unfortunately washed into Elwood Canal and into the bay. When litter does end up in the waterways, Council operates 19 gross pollutant traps across 15 catchments in the municipality. In addition, Council also has 319 rain gardens across the city. These gross pollutant traps and rain gardens pull material out of the stormwater flow before it enters the bay. As part of developing the budget for next year, officers are also looking at opportunities to work with Melbourne Water on providing gross pollutant traps at other currently untreated outlets into the bay. In addition to that, Council also operates a 7-day-a-week during summer beach cleaning service where we try and remove any gross pollutants that end up on the beach that are washed there from the stormwater network. This remains a challenging issue and Council's activities that we've got planned aim to ameliorate this over time.
Thank you. I now call upon Vanessa Liu submitting a question to Council. Vanessa, can you hear us? She's not on? Okay. Vanessa, if you can hear us, I'll come back to you after the next person. I call upon John Brooksmith submitting a question to Council. Good evening, John. Can you confirm if there's a red light on that microphone first? Oh, great. All right. It should be ready. Thank you. Name and suburb.
My name's John Brooksmith. I live in Middle Park. I'm opposite the place called Sandbar, 176B, Beaconsfield Parade, Middle Park. I'm talking about compliance for the Sandbar. This cafe operates under a planning permit. Oh, that's a better night. Let's start again. Question about the Sandbar, 176 Beaconsfield Parade, Albert Park. This cafe operates under a planning permit set down by VCAT. Now, as the cafe operates on Crown land, the Council has been directed by the Department of Natural Resources that the cafe may not allow the use of the pavement area adjacent to the cafe. Recently, the cafe has done some building works to enable it to trade directly on the adjacent pavement. I'm alleging the patrons of this use this footpath from 6 a.m. to get coffee to 1 a.m. when they're dispersing from their functions noisily. The VCAT permit allows trading from 7 a.m., that's an hour after, whatever, to midnight. But this cafe has been operating from 6 a.m. all this year. My question, can any business directly contravene a planning permit determined by VCAT with regard to opening hours? And has this council power to authorise building works directly to defy the State Department of Natural Resources? Read their directive to the council on the footpath. On the strength of that, I understand the council is not enforcing planning footpath trading permits, but the council has no authority to give authorisation to use the footpath, then the council has no authority.
Thank you, John. I'm going to refer to Officer Brian T. to respond to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Mayor. I'm not aware of the particular circumstances that are outlined by Mr. Brooksmith. What I can say is that where I can advise generally, not in the particular circumstances here, that a business cannot contravene a planning permit condition, indeed with regards to planning hours or other matters. And secondly, I can state that if the Department of Natural Resources, which I think is now DECA, which is the Department of Energy, Environment and Climate Change, if that department makes a lawful direction or decision which with which council needs to comply, then council will comply with any of those directions.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just say?
No, I'm sorry. We're not allowing back and forth.
I've just lost the
No,
before.
I'm sorry. I have to be fair that everyone's come their time. Thank you. But you're welcome to email us.
I have already.
And we can follow up and look for that. All right. I will do a search in my email for you. Thank you. Now, we have a few more virtual attendants, but we are moving on to speaking about items on the agenda tonight. So I call upon Rhonda Small, speaking to item 9.1, Aged Care Reform Engagement Report. Rhonda, can you hear us? Sorry, she's not in. Have you had Vanessa back? Okay, Vanessa might be joining. Okay, if you can remind me, please. So Rhonda's not in. Can we move on? Do we have Wendy Priddle? Oh, Wendy, are you here in person? I'm here. Oh, sorry, you're right in front of me. Sorry, I have you down for virtual. Welcome. Name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
Mayor, councillors, council officers, my name is Wendy Priddle. I'm from Elwood. I am the chair of the Older Persons Advisory Committee, OPAC, several members of whom have lived experience using council's home services, and I would like you to understand our submission to council's aged care reform proposal. OPAC's 2023 budget submission asked that full consideration be given by Council following Bayside's decision to remain in home support services. OPAC was included in Council's consultation process this year. We acknowledge that all options were considered. We were kept informed throughout the decision-making process and understand the reasoning behind Council's aged care reform proposal. OPAC supports the proposal with the very strong proviso that Council continues to support older residents, particularly those who don't and can't engage with technology needed to find assessment, funding, services and providers. Nobody knows what services are available in our community and how to access them better than Council officers. Given much of the new proposal will continue to be funded externally, it does not seem unreasonable for the $1.14 out of each $100 of rates to be used for a team dedicated to older residents, 19% of Port Phillip's population. We want Council to use the rates and fees we pay fairly across the community. The proposed connector roles would be a vital part of that team, not just to support the current 650 users of Council services to transition to new providers, but on an ongoing basis for all current and future residents who will struggle to understand and use the system and who may not have help. If Council is no longer providing those services, can we please support our residents to find them? We ask that the councillors stand by the positive ageing policy endorsed in May 2023 and that each councillor confirms they are prioritising Port Phillip's older residents' needs.
Perfectly timed. Well done. Thank you, Wendy. All right, we're going to go back online for Vanessa. Is she ready to go? Vanessa, if you can hear us, can you unmute and say your full name and suburb, please? You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Vanessa, can you hear us?
Hello?
Oh, good. Yes, we can hear you now. Full name, suburb, please.
Vanessa Louis, South Bank. My point today is that as a resident here on Normanby Road, we've got a construction site next door along Woodgate Street through to Normanby, and following from the construction site is a Toyota car dealership with a service centre at the back. As a resident here in a new building, I'm not complaining about the construction site, which we understand has to happen. So my concern as a resident trying to get in and out of Woodgate Street, where our residents' car park is, we would like some sort of traffic control system. If council could come to assess the situation, because we've had many instances where we've been unable to exit or enter into this one-way street at the moment. The other issue is that Toyota dealership needs to find some sort of solution for their overflow of their vehicles, because they're actually using the public car spaces, which is intended for, say, friends and family or just public use. It's all being used up by either the overflow of their service cars and their own staff. So there's just two issues, really, the traffic control as well as the car parking issue. So if the public spaces are being used by staff, it's not really used as it's intended to. So yeah, as a resident, I'm just concerned with the of being abused by the Toyota staff, and it's just quite unfair living here at the moment.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Vanessa. I'm going to refer to Council Officer Fiona van der Hoeven to respond to your question.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you. Council is aware of the challenges raised at Woodgate Street and will continue to work with residents to manage as best we can the range of impacts to parking and traffic in this location. Improvements will shortly be made to the road surface and speed bumps to improve congestion and minimise hazards for people walking, cycling and driving in the area. Impacts to parking from any construction project which may be occurring in the street should be directed to Council, so we can ensure that parking enforcement and other checks can occur to fulfil any development permits. We'll continue to work with the Department of Transport and Planning to manage traffic congestion impacts from the Montague Street into there. We just thank you for raising the issue, and if the other items, I will just take them on notice and we can feed that back to Vanessa separately.
Thank you. We'll go back to our public submissions. I believe that Rhonda Small is having technical issues. So Rhonda, if you hear us, keep working on that. We will come back to you. So in person, I'll call upon John Leadston, speaking to item 9.1, Aged Care Reform Engagement Report. John, are you here? John Leadston? Yes, sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you. You can say it properly for us. Full name and suburb, please. And you'll have 2 minutes.
John Richard Leadston, 316 Dank Street, Middle Park.
If you could speak into the microphone, the people online can hear as well, please.
Thank you. John Richard Leadston, 316 Dank Street, Middle Park. In points, I think I should point out, seeing there's 2 minutes, first of all, it's the vulnerability of the people involved. They're the aged of the community, and they're the least able to meet this sort of bureaucracy, and this has gone on without proper notification to them. I personally got a letter on a Friday afternoon about a meeting on a Monday and spent 4.5 hours on the Saturday compiling a letter to the council and complying with some vague survey. I attended the meeting on the Monday. I asked to speak to the person in charge. That was not given to me until last Friday, the manager, and that I feel is not accountability, not proper consultation or anything. And as far as the consultation is concerned, there has been no consultation with the people that have contacted me in relation to this matter. And as far as the decisions, it's a blatant and unambiguous situation of the aged being taken advantage of, and the council misrepresenting, and I'm sorry to say that, but the council didn't misrepresent it. They misrepresented it as a survey. It wasn't a survey. There was no survey. There hasn't been proper consultation. And we've got to remember it's the most vulnerable constituents of your council. These are people who can't, because of their age, because of their inability, because of their health, because of a host of reasons, object. And that's what's happened.
Thank you, John. That's the 2 minutes. I appreciate you giving your views. You have a question?
Yes. Can you please give a little bit more background as what kind of consultation?
Yes, I'd love to. Thank you. I get an extra.
All right. You have 30 seconds extra to answer that, please. We have to keep it timely tonight. Yes,
Sorry.
thank you.
I can do it very concisely. Friday, the 10th of November was when I got the letter. Monday, the 13th, I attended the meeting at the council, and I hand-delivered my letter, and I hand-delivered my answers to the survey. The councillor on your right has been given a copy of that letter and a copy of that survey. I received no consultation, conference, phone calls, and then I spoke to the council on another matter of the so-called pop-up bike lanes.
Thank you, John. I'm going to have to stop you there. I appreciate that, but I need to stop you there because I said 30 extra seconds and I've gone 40. If this is something you need to have more information, can you please contact each other over email? All right. I know that I sound like I'm being unfair, but I need to make sure that we're moving through the agenda and giving everybody equal opportunity.
There is more to it, but if I can speak to the council.
Great, perfect. If you need some email addresses, let us know. I now call upon Tony Basinger, speaking to item 10.1, the draft South Melbourne Structure Plan.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Tony Benziger is my name. I'm a property owner and business owner of a business at 419 City Road in South Melbourne.
Thank you.
I'm the co-director of an architectural interior design project management practice that's operated in the same premises in City Road since 1990, nearly 34 years. My father before me operated a business from the same location for more than 30 years as well. So we know the area quite well indeed. And we've watched and experienced a great deal of change in that time. I'd love to work and live in that location, but I can't. I can work there, but I can't live there. The land is zoned industrial. It's been zoned industrial forever, and when the state government took over control of the Fisherman's Bend urban renewal area, they left this little wedge of land out that we affectionately call the City Road Wedge. It's bounded by Farrar Street, York Street and City Road, and it's been industrial. We've waited a long time for this to be changed, and I fully endorse and commend the Council for the South Melbourne structure plan, and I'd encourage Council to support the ongoing, consideration of that structure plan. However, I wish to advise those who put the structure plan together that there'll be quite a few people within the wedge looking to change the current commercial 2 zoning that's currently included in the structure plan, because it does not include residential accommodation. This makes no sense to me. We need to, under the current housing crisis, one would think that residential should be a part of it, besides which this piece of land is flanked by residential on one side, commercial one on another, mixed use very nearby, and on the other side, capital city zone.
Thank you very much for coming tonight, Tony. We'll go through that item later on tonight, and if there are any questions that councillors have, we'll raise it at that time.
Thank you.
I call upon Rebecca Lyons, speaking to item 10.1, draft South Melbourne Structure Plan. I believe you're online. Can you hear us, Rebecca?
You.
Oh, good. Name,
Great.
suburb, and 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, councillors. My name's Rebecca Lyons and I'm a town planner and director at Urbis. I'm acting on behalf of our client Reveille in respect of their land holdings, which comprise 8 sites and over 4,300 square metres of the industrial 1 zone wedged referred to by Tony just then. Reveille's land comprises over half of that industrial wedge within South Melbourne, and so it's regrettable that they have not been involved in the consultation undertaken to date. A bit of a theme tonight, I think. Within the draft structure plan, it's proposed to rezone the industrial wedge to commercial 2 zone. The discussion paper talks to this being the case due to the existing use of the land, which is predominantly office and assumes fragmented land ownership. We can confirm that this is not the case, as evidenced by our clients' amalgamated land holdings. And we consider that the current prevailing land use is a byproduct of the current industrial zone and the operating constraints associated with having sensitive land uses nearby. In light of this, we consider that the application of the commercial 2 zone seems overly simplistic in its approach and fails to consider the unique context of this industrial wedge. That being, the land sits outside of the major activity centre and is physically separated from the South Melbourne market. To the immediate east of the land is commercial 1 zone and mixed use zone. It's opposite Fisherman's Bend in the capital city zone, and to the south is the neighbourhood residential zone and fine grain residential development, which is also within a heritage precinct. In revisiting the planning for the area, we consider that the industrial 1 land should play more of a transitional role and seek to balance the employment opportunity, housing supply and amenity considerations. We note that there's extensive commercial capacity throughout the core of the South Melbourne structure plan area, and suggest that this industrial land might be better positioned to provide that important transition, both in terms of land use and built form. We're of the view that a commercial 1 zone or a mixed use zone would be more appropriate. We hope off the back of tonight that our client is engaged with this structure planning work moving forward, and we look forward to working with Council to really interrogate the opportunity of this industrial land further.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you. I'll have to cut you off there, but thank you very much for your submission tonight. I call upon Anne Michaels, speaking to item 10.1, draft South Melbourne Structure Plan. I believe here you are in person, and I note that you also have a second item for 14.1, so we'll do 2 minutes for each because they are separate topics. Go ahead and start on the draft structure plan, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. As you said, my name is Anne Michaels. I'm from South Melbourne and also the President of the Clarendon Coventry Business Association, and represent the South Melbourne Property Owners Group. Both of these groups are very passionate about our precinct and have a common vision for South Melbourne's prosperity, and we've actually been working in consultation with Council and the planners for over 2 to 3 years on this structure plan, so I'm surprised the previous speaker hadn't been involved. The Victorian Government, as part of Plan Melbourne, identifies South Melbourne as a major activity centre, yet unlike other inner city suburbs, South Melbourne's population growth has been stagnant over the past 20 years. Our businesses and community need a structure plan that can deliver economic and sustainable growth, vibrancy, productivity and livability. In my involvement with the business associations, we spend much time, effort and discussion on how to reactivate our high streets, to look for ways to fill empty shops and bring people back. We have an opportunity here with the structure plan to be preventative with development and growth, rather than being reactive and looking for cures when our high streets are full of vacancies. Compared to the more contemporary provisions for similar successful precincts, we in South Melbourne have lived with older design controls, lower height allowances, conservative street heights, restrictive setbacks and conservative shadow controls. Whilst we have tried to protect the beautiful heritage component of our high street by having these older provisions, we have instead slowly been destroying it by encouraging development and density elsewhere, moving shoppers and foot traffic away from our high streets, creating more and more vacancies. We need to be bold now, embrace our heritage areas, protect them, but with the changes necessary to provide growth and activation needed for the precinct to prosper. Protection should not mean decimation. The structure plan released last Thursday is an extensive document, and we look forward to reviewing and digesting its contents. Admittedly, I haven't had the opportunity to review it all before this evening, but I will do so in due course and hope to discover the ingredients of a forward-thinking future for South Melbourne. Both the Clarendon and Coventry Street Business Association and the South Melbourne Property Owners Group will continue to work with Council, the planners and the relevant parties.
I'll have to stop you on that part, but I'll give you 2 more minutes to address 14.1, the notice of motion by Councillor Martin about the Heritage Verandah upgrade project.
Okay. I won't introduce myself, but I'm in this speaking about the verandas as the President of the Association, but also as the Business Advisory Group. Just by way of background, the historic Emerald Hill verandas were erected in the South Melbourne precinct in the 1880s. Over time and modernisation, sadly many of the verandas were lost. In 1979, a report was produced for the Victorian Ministry of Housing called Reinstatement of Street Verandas and Historic Structures Report. In 1983, the restoration of all commercial building facades and the reinstatement of verandas in Park, Clarendon and Bank Streets were undertaken. Some 40 years on, the verandas have weathered significantly and are in need of refurbishment to bring them back to their original glory. Restoration of verandas has been a priority advocacy item for the Business Advisory Group and the Clarendon Street Association. The importance of the heritage aspect of the verandas and shop facades to the community as a whole is made even more apparent when you note the importance of this heritage placed in the South Melbourne Structure Plan. Although the current verandas aren't the original ones, they are a significant part of our history and are a key component of the identity of the South Melbourne precinct. They provide enormous benefit to traders, the community and the precinct, from historical identity to their visual appeal and the more practical day-to-day shelter from the Melbourne weather. The grant that we received was auspiced by the City of Port Phillip and it's a huge win for our association. It provides us a great opportunity to deliver a significant project, giving something back to our community and also providing the association with some recognition for all the hard work we do in the background. We're seeking your support so together we can deliver this project restoring some of these verandas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And under the 2 minutes, if my timer is on, I call upon David Blakely, speaking to item 12.1, the Fitzroy Street Special Rate and Charge, consideration of submissions. Hello, David.
Councillor, Mayor.
Name, suburb, please.
Yep. David Blakely, St Kilda. I'm talking as the President of Fitzroy Street Business Association today. Dear Mayor, Councillors, for about 20 years, the Fitzroy Street Business Association, which is run by a group of volunteer business people from the street and their staff sometimes, has promoted the street, marketed the street, run events, and has been a voice for traders in a positive sense. Part of our remit is to run events. We've introduced recently, last couple of years, the Blues Fest. We've partnered with the St Kilda Fest. We've run Halloween, other events. Some have gone in the past. We've tried a summer market this year, which I think we'll be repeating, and we've also run competitions recently to service some of the industries that are a bit more difficult to service. Part of our role, which is not really official, is community engagement. As you probably get a bit bored of me coming here on a regular basis. We've engaged with the landlords, tenants, police, City of Port Phillip State. We've sat on placemaking. On the same time, we've also sat on the State COVID Small Business Board. And these things, and at the same time, we also help our traders negotiate the permitting area. A few years ago, Fitzroy Street had the highest vacancy rate in Melbourne. And unfortunately, we have only 5% of locals would use our street on a regular basis. So we thought we'd do something a bit radical. It came out of placemaking. We partnership firstly with the City of Port Phillip, with Renew, our biggest undertaking ever, to be on an experiment with a daytime trade and fill the vacancies. And we also engaged Propeller, which is Australia's leading retail researchers. And out of that, we've come up with some solutions for the street, where to get the right retail mix to get people in the event. But thank you.
David.
But yeah, we're active.
Very appreciate your time on the association and coming in tonight. Thank you. I call upon Janet Rosenberg, speaking to item 12.2, the Acland Street Special Rate and Charge, consideration of submissions. Hello, Janet.
Hello, Mayor, Councillors. Janet Rosenberg, President of the Acland Street Village Business Association in St Kilda.
Thank you.
I'm here to support the special rate renewal as it brings increased economic activities which add value and benefit to the precinct, enhancing the vitality of the area not only for traders but the broader community. For the past 20 years, the Acland Business Association has used the special rate to promote the precinct by developing events that increase foot traffic, add vibrancy and give continual support to businesses. The Father's Day car show is a prime example. We have delivered this event for 10 years now, and last year it brought more than 50,000 people to the area. Acland Street was alive and the hospitality venues full. Other events we sponsor, such as the St Kilda Blues Festival and the St Patrick's Day Festival, increase the music activations in the area. Both these events have grown every year and are integral to the diversity of the area, adding to St Kilda's image as a live music precinct and major tourist destination. Aside from these major events, we offer family events such as Easter and Christmas activations, and we support the arts, sponsoring the Lyndon Postcard Awards. The number and variety of events we are bringing to Acland Precinct has increased by about 33% in the last year. For example, we have recently incorporated Acland Street into the Midsummer Pride March with a drag derby in Acland Plaza and added more online competitions. This year we also plan a dog market in August, a records and collectibles market and a photography competition celebrating everything St Kilda. We will also reintroduce the famous St Kilda postcard series that promotes St Kilda all over the world. The special rate also adds value by allowing the Business Association to represent the traders as one cohesive group, giving them more influence and power rather than as single traders. We advocate to council or police on matters that affect the areas such as cleaning, lighting and safety. Another benefit is the Association Committee is comprised of a cross-section of members of the Acland business community. They are invested in the success of the precinct and it creates a vibrant village like a trader group that can support each other.
Thank you, Janet. I'll stop you there. Okay, I understand Rhonda Small has joined now. Yes, all right. So we're going online to Rhonda Small speaking to item 9.1, Aged Care Reform Engagement Report. Rhonda, can you hear us? Rhonda, can you hear us? You may have to unmute. Rhonda, can you hear us? Governance team, what do you think? She's there. You might have to click the notification saying click to unmute. The microphone. Oh yes, we're on a new platform tonight. On to Teams. One more chance. Rhonda Small, can you hear us? I'm sorry, it must be so frustrating on your end, but I'm going to have to move on. Yes, unless you guys think you can get her? No, okay. Sorry, Rhonda. The rest of the submissions we have tonight refer to item 14.2 on tonight's agenda, being the notice of motion by Councillor Robbie Nyaguy, the Captain Cook statute. Now, councillors, a letter has been received from the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council in relation to that item, and representatives of the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council are unable to be here tonight. So, in line with Rule 51.4 of Council's governance rules, I will ask the Head of Governance to read this statement so that it can be recorded in the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Dear Honourable Councils of the City of Port Phillip, re our response and suggestions regarding the Captain James Cook statue. In discussion with the elders of the Boonwurrung community whose lands and waters the Council's boundaries fall within, the advice on this issue is unanimous and resolute. The BLSC position on the matter is clear. The statue should be repaired and placed back in its original position in the Katani Gardens. It is the Boonwurrung elders' firm view, composed predominantly of the Yalakut Willem clan of Yoroki, St Kilda, that criminals should not benefit nor be encouraged by implied or inferred acquiescence to continue with their egregious illegal activities that may extend wider to other cultural icons or places of cultural significance. Further reasons provided by the elders. We understand that Katani Gardens is on Crown land, the subject of which is currently being considered by the Federal Court of Australia in the Boonwurrung People's Native Title Claim, Caroline Briggs and Anna v State of Victoria vid 363-2020, i.e. to disregard our advice may have legal implications. We have stated in the past and believe we have an active in-principle agreement that the City of Port Phillip should be committed to the acquisition of statues, monuments, artistic creations, etc. that recognise our ongoing survival, continuous culture and thriving awareness programs/festivals as a contrast to the non-Kulin Nation/European statues, monuments and memorials of the City of Port Phillip. We still believe this is an active in-principle agreement and will, at the appropriate time, bring to the City of Port Phillip's attention for your consideration our suggestions, designs for honouring Boonwurrung heroes/heroines, culture keepers, etc. within the purview powers of Council acting in good faith. To not reinstate the 110-year-old statue of Captain James Cook, the destruction of which coincided a day before the sacred ceremony, open to all of the successfully growing We Acland Dillinger morning reflection ceremony would undermine not only the wider community's heritage but our First Nations heritage as well. They offensively sought to implicate us in this abhorrent public act of vandalism. The heinous act committed in the middle of the night, designed to overshadow the goodwill and coming together of the community on the 26th of January, should have no rationalisers or cheerleaders to let the criminals win in their aims of statues' destruction, but instead be wholeheartedly slammed for the criminality it is and discouraged from occurring again. Please note this is a pre-planned, conspired filmed act with angle grinders that was not only a crime but also a hate-filled political statement. Thank you for your time and consideration of our elders' community's views on the matter. We hope common sense, decency and mutual respect prevails, and we look forward to your response and moving things forward. Jason Briggs, BL, LLB, PLSC, Na Arweet, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that. And thank you to the Boon Wurrung Land and Sea Council for sending it. I call upon Claire Mayer, speaking to item 14.2, notice of motion by Councillor Nyaguy, Captain Cook statue. I believe you're online, Claire. Claire, can you hear us? Claire, can you hear us? Yes, I think the governance team is shaking their head that you can hear us, but we can't hear you yet. Are you? Yeah, so far. Pardon? She can hear it on the.
Hi, sorry.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yes, now we can, Claire. Thank you. Can you say your name and suburb for the record? And you'll have 2 minutes, please.
Claire Mayer, St Kilda. I'm speaking to 14.2 this evening, Captain Cook statue. Thank you for allowing me to speak. We knew that the vandalism of the Captain Cook statue would be a divisive issue. It shouldn't bother anyone. It's a lump of metal. It's representing a British explorer who simply plays a part of Australia's history and one that cannot be erased. There's much more I see daily that is offensive, including obscene graffiti that I wish council would focus on. But what's more important is the fact there's even consideration for a potentially costly and lengthy community consultation, allowing the criminals who vandalised this piece of St Kilda's community to get away with it. Just like graffiti being covered up as soon as it goes up, the statue needs putting back, reinforced to send a clear message. Criminality will not be tolerated in St Kilda or the city of Port Phillip. We all knew a minority group would attempt to deface it, as they did last year. Councillor Vic Poll, I think, must have known there was a strong possibility it would be damaged, and it didn't seem to take any preventative measures to protect it in the first place. Whilst I'm pleased to hear the state may contribute to its replacement, this damage was avoidable. So my request, please don't make it a bigger issue than it is. Don't allow criminals to get away with this. Replace it ASAP, and let's move on to more pressing matters we face in the community daily that we've also heard this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I call upon Dan Peel, speaking also to item 14.2, the notice of motion by Councillor Nyaguy. Dan, you're also online, I believe. Can you hear us?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dan. Can you say name, suburb and 2 minutes, please?
Dan Peel, Albert Park. I find myself thinking at times like this, have I become too fat or have I become too ugly? As such is the nature of wedge politics, where one is asked to choose the lesser of two evils with an attempt for the matter to become divisive or controversial. Councils are better matched with getting on with the job of providing service to the community that it's paid to do. However, often they're dragged into politics rather than the practical matters at hand. The statue was vandalised, and this brings about a cost to the state and a cost to the council. The Labor government will stump up the majority of the costs, and the council will no doubt have some small costs in the re-erection of the statue. The statue was vandalised by a fringe group of activists who are fearless and are criminal. They believe they can intimidate the community to seek their outcomes based on their beliefs. The position is now supported by a motion to let them get away with this and, in effect, support further activity of such a nature. Simply put, if someone smashed the windows of your car, would you have them repaired? If they did it again, would you have them repaired again, even though they believe cars are evil? And what would be your motivation in repairing a car? And after that, would it be to seek justice, to have these people charged and prosecuted, or would it be to sell your car? The actions of the council should be focused on the act and not on the ideology this motion brings. Criminal acts should not be promoted or supported by any council, no matter what the political, religious or personal views are of the current staff or elected officials.
Thank you.
Do I need to either be too fat or too ugly? Or can we just make reparations where damage is done?
Thank you, Dan. I'll call upon Stephen Liddickett, also online, for item 14.2, the Captain Cook statue. Stephen, can you hear us? I'm getting head shakes. So, Stephen, can you hear us? If so, can you say your name and suburb, and you have 2 minutes? Stephen, if you can try speaking again, we haven't heard you yet. Do you know what the issue is? They're not pushing the unmute? Okay, Stephen, if you can try the unmute button again. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next person. All right, I'm going to call upon Helen Halliday. We're now in the room. Helen is speaking to item 14.2, the Captain Cook statue as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Helen Halliday. I'm speaking on behalf of the St Kilda Historical Society. I live in Balaclava.
Thank you.
My comment is in relation to the issue around the statue. We've done our own investigation, obviously, and sent a letter to the council saying that our belief is that there is heritage merit in retaining the statue. We think it also has an amenity value in any case. Our comment, though, is really in reference to some of the issues raised by the Land and Sea Council. We believe that there is a need for the council to be more mindful of the Aboriginal inheritance of this area. There is, in fact, as we understand it and as we've seen, there's no public space which recognises Aboriginal land occupancy. No, City of Melbourne's got the Burranang Ma area, City of Bayside's got the Yalakad-Willan Reserve. There's nothing of similar value that reflects the fact that the Indigenous people were forced out of this area. We think that the council has an opportunity to do something mindful, and in fact the statue itself, unlike best practice, should actually have a commentary about Captain Cook and the invasion as the Aboriginal people see it, and we would like to think that the council would consider instating a wall in the area as suggested along the vaults, which would be an Aboriginal mural, is one opportunity which would immediately be available. But we do think that there's bigger opportunities, and we would like to think that the council is going to consult Aboriginal people and others about how this can happen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, all right. Did we get Stephen back? Are you trying to call him? Okay, I'll keep going. People in the room. I call upon Patrick Irwin speaking to item 14.1, the Captain Cook statue. Patrick, are you here? Is that maybe a virtual one? All right, in case the person shows up later, I'll put him at the bottom of my list. All right, so move on. Jeffrey Conahan speaking to item 14.2. Please, the Captain Cook statue. Hello, Jeffrey.
Good evening, councillors. I have 4 points to make about this matter.
Name and suburb real quick, please.
Jeffrey Conahan, St Kilda.
Thank you.
The vandalism of the Cook statue creates an opportunity to deliver a positive outcome. I request the Council establish a policy of including additional plaques or markers to tell a contemporary and accurate story of the memorialised person or event, including issues that many may find uncomfortable, such as the displacement of First Nations people. I'd also request that we consult with our First Nations people on the content of such plaques or markers when they relate to colonists, settlers or explorers. I request the Council return Cook and places a secondary marker telling that story on the plinth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, I'm advised Stephen might be available now online. Stephen Liddicoat, can you hear us? Stephen? Let's try the unmute button, please, Stephen. Maybe it's a microphone on this platform. All right, I'm going to go back to in the room. Thank you, governance team. I know it's painful, challenging. I call upon Tim Stacker-Gunn, speaking to item 14.1, notice of motion as well. Oh, did I say 14.2, the Captain Cook statue? Sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you. You're keeping me in line tonight. Go ahead, sir. You're ready. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Hi, my name's Tim Stacker-Gunn and I live in Elwood. Councils, thank you for having me. I'm here to speak on the motion on the Captain Cook statue. I just wanted to thank Councillor Bond and Pearl for their public statements against this motion. Apologies if I've missed anyone else. I believe the statue should be reinstated, fixed ASAP. In this motion, a timeframe and a cost should be made public with all acts of graffiti or vandalism. It should be done, fixed ASAP, and within the allocated council budget if possible. The second point raised in this motion, I believe, is not suitable for council, as the statue should be reinstated immediately. Removal of the statue rewards illegal behaviour by a small few. Do we leave anti-Semitic and racist vandalism and graffiti out and have a discussion about it first? No, we do not, and neither does the council. It's removed. No country is perfect, no country can be perfect, but Australia is an amazing, free and democratic country. Whilst Aboriginal people lived here before Captain Cook's arrival, and still do, we now have an amazing system of government, free elections and an open society because of the First Fleet. Permanent removal of the statue will result in removing a constructive and inclusive discussion about our past. I stand for a respectful engagement with our past and want to recognise the complexities and contributions by Captain Cook, and that can be represented by reinstating the statue. I urge the Council to vote against this motion and reinstate the statue immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Rodney Mitchell, speaking to item 14.2, the Captain Cook statue as well. Hello, Rodney.
Hello. Rod Mitchell, St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor. I won't be arguing on the extraordinary life of Captain James Cook. It's well known. I note the historical inaccuracies presented by some on the far left, which includes attaching the name of Cook to genocide and the reasons why we celebrate Australia Day. Totally wrong on both accounts. I also note that any agreement for consultation or even stopping the re-erection of the Cook statue gives only one message. Vandalism is yet another way of saying that ends justify means. Recent polling by State Watch revealed that ratepayers are increasingly frustrated by activist councillors with non-mainstream agendas that pander to minorities at the expense of council basics: roads, footpaths, graffiti management, parks, amenities, rubbish removal, urban renewal, and strengthening and enforcing local laws, especially in St Kilda, with a deteriorating violent crime and drug scourge. At the bottom of the list of ratepayers' concerns were the usual woke issues that were seen as amplification beyond more important council remit. When it comes to community consultation, which has been advocated on the future of the Cook statue, the quiet majority are not organised. On the other hand, the minority activist class are ideological, aggressive and well organised to inundate online council polling, skewing any outcome in their favour. Make no mistake, if you adopt council culture, then the message is clear. Open slather as the activist class reviews street names and statues looking for some peccadillo or out-of-the-fashion issue to embark on questionable revisionism. Mayor, I say no to community consultation on woke nonsense. Stop wasting time and our money. Council, get back to the real issues that affect ratepayers.
Thank you, Rod. Just noting, clapping's okay, but I do not tolerate booing or anything like that, just for future options. I call upon Jenny Roper, speaking to item 14.2, the notice of motion for the Captain Cook statue. Hi, Jenny.
Jenny Roper, St Kilda. The Captain Cook statue was erected in 1914 by the St Kilda Council and is listed on the National Trust database of Victoria. The statue was placed on a reclaimed portion of West Beach, St Kilda, in front of Victorian state parliamentaries and St Kilda city councillors. The statue was erected there because of its connection to maritime history and exploration. The state government has publicly supported the reinstatement of the Captain Cook statue, aligning with a vision that respects our collective history and heritage, advising we must stand against vandalism and for the rule of law, ensuring our public spaces and historical markers are respected. Not returning this statue sets a precedent, being if you don't like something, you know it can be vandalised in the city of Port Phillip, knowing that it won't be replaced. Vandalism and criminal behaviour should not be rewarded or condoned by anyone in the community, no matter what you believe in. I am asking, can you please keep the politics out of local council? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenny. Are they ready? Okay. I'm going to try one more time. Is Rhonda Small online and able to hear us? Fingers crossed. Rhonda, can you hear us?
Hello, it's Rhonda here.
Rhonda, you're here. Hello. Okay, Rhonda, if you could say name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
I can. Rhonda Small, St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I wish to speak about the aged care proposals. Council provided in-home support to older people in the city for decades. It's a much-valued community service. Council did not consult on the option of continuing to provide all in-home services as it does currently. Yet it is telling that although this was not what the consultation canvassed, 25% of respondents actually asked that Council remain delivering in the same way as it is currently. We've been told that Council can no longer meet all the requirements under the new program as it currently provides only entry-level supports. Under the new Support at Home program, it is said that Council would need to provide services for the full continuum, from entry-level to complex care. But I must say I'm confused about this because the Commonwealth's information about the new Support at Home program seems to say something different. Some examples from information given at a webinar for providers on the 14th of December 2023 might be useful. Under a heading, Who can deliver funded aged care services? It says providers must register in one or more categories based on the types of services they provide. There are 6 registration categories covering service level needs from low to high. Providers are required to register into one or more categories to deliver some or all of the services within each category. On transitioning to the new model, it says approved government-funded providers currently active in the Commonwealth Home Support Program, like Port Phillip Council, will be automatically deemed into the new model. New providers, on the other hand, will need to register. It then says continuity of care will remain and that providers will still be able to deliver care in the same ways as before. Older people can expect to receive uninterrupted care. And in relation to choice by participants, it says participants in the new Support at Home model can choose to have a single provider or access services from multiple providers. Now, all this suggests to me that Council could continue to provide services much as it does now. So, as I've said, I remain confused and I don't believe sufficient information has been provided to the community.
Thank you.
And perhaps not even
Thank you, Rhonda. I'm going to have to stop you at 2 minutes to be fair to everybody, but thank you for your speaking tonight.
Thank you so much.
Time. I have an email from Stephen Liddickett. I must say. Okay, I think he thinks he's ready, and I think you think you're ready. So we're going to try. Stephen Liddickett, can you hear us online? Stephen? Okay, Stephen, sorry it didn't seem to work this time, but governance will come back to me on that. I call upon Roma Poole, speaking to item 14.2, the notice of motion, Captain Cook's statue. Hello, Roma.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for having me tonight. I also will talk on item 14.2. It's Roma Poole. I live in Middle Park and have been there for many years. Cook's a key part of our history. His expedition to chart the transition of Venus included testing of the first timepieces that operated on a ship. This was to improve the accuracy of navigation across the world. Why would we not continue to celebrate such a specific work and mark of Australia's history? To cancel history will not benefit anyone. We don't know what has occurred in the past or what should be done in the future. To not replace the statue would appear to be rewarding vandalism. What has been done to the statue is a criminal act. Why would we condone a criminal act? On this basis, I strongly urge councillors not to support the motion that the Captain Cook statue not be replaced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roma. I call upon Una Steele, speaking to item 14.2 as well, the Captain Cook statue.
Good evening, Una Steele, St Kilda East. I wish to speak regarding the vandalism that has sadly occurred to the Captain Cook statue. Whatever your opinion of this person is irrelevant. It is part of history, like it or not. Australia's past is far from unique. Every country on the globe would have suffered in some way. We cannot and should not try to change our history. Otherwise, how do we learn? We cannot and should not let minority viewpoints rule over the majority. Don't we live in a democracy? We cannot and should not reward criminal behaviour. Isn't that the road to the breakdown in society? We cannot and should not waste time and money on community views. After all, how accurate would this be? We cannot and should not forget the difference between right and wrong. There is more conflict globally than there has been seen since the end of World War II. In recent times, we've had to deal with COVID and bombarded with the tragedy of world wars. What future is there for our children and generations to follow if, as a society and community, we are being divided constantly with continual protests and antagonism? Surely we can do better than that. Is it really so difficult to work together, be inclusive and be aware and acknowledge each other's differences? We all need to learn from this and move forward in a positive way. Earlier this week, I heard a quote in relation to the troubles in Northern Ireland many years ago, but it is just as relevant to Australia today. Events of the past should not become the politics of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Una. I call upon Isaac Herman, speaking to item 14.2 as well. That's you, Isaac, yes? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Councillor and Council officers. Sort of a question. What happened to the First Peoples visual language mural, Welcome to Boonwurrung Country, the signage that was designed for Jacker Boulevard, the Esplanade Vaults Wall? This was an approved proposal back in February 2020 by the Council's Cultural Heritage Reference Committee. The proposal was consistent with Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, Indigenous Arts Strategy, and was approved already by Vic Roads. So it would be great to know what happened to it. Perhaps there may have been less of a desire for vengeance upon Captain Cook had this expression of reconciliation so close to the statue become a genuine landmark in its own right. Cook's 2024 Australia Day Eve dismemberment in St Kilda was perhaps just an echo of his own Hawaiian death in a bloody altercation after he sought to kidnap their king. While history notes that some of Cook's body remained on shore, he was mostly buried at sea. There is a monument to Captain Cook where he was slain in Hawaii, though it is on land leased in perpetuity by the British government, emphasising the significance of Cook memorials in this region as being primarily British in nature. So are we reconsidering the fate of Captain Cook's statue? Should this be reconsidered? Then I would briefly mention that names and places do change. Katani Gardens were once known as Pier Lawns, and after that as Captain Cook Lawns, though not since 1927. The statue was already moved once before from the centre of Katani Gardens in 1988, where the bicentennial rotunda now stands. According to the Captain Cook Society, there are 124 monuments to Captain James Cook worldwide, of which there are 41 in Australia. 3 obelisks, 5 cairns, 1 marker, 9 plaques, and indeed 7 statues. Captain Cook never sailed into Port Phillip Bay and never set foot on what would become the colony of Victoria. He didn't discover Australia. Indeed, the Dutch and even the Portuguese were here before him.
Thank you. If you can just stay there, can you say name and suburb for the record?
Isaac Herman from Elwood. Thank you.
Just had to cover that off for governance. Thank you. Your question may be taken up by Councillor at the item, so thank you.
Do you want to answer it?
I call upon Penny Nichols.
Does Andrew Bond want to?
No, the rule is generally that when we're speaking to an item on the agenda that any questions can be taken up at the item. Thank you. I believe Penny Nichols is online. Is she ready to go? All right. I call upon Penny Nichols, also speaking to 14.2. Penny, can you hear us? You may have to unmute the microphone icon. Penny, can you hear us? I'll try one more time. Penny, can you hear us? If not, I'll move back into the room. I call upon David Brand, former councillor, speaking to item 14.2 for the Captain Cook statue. Hello, David.
Thank you. David Brand, St Kilda. I'll read as fast as I can. I too very much want to be a part of this discussion. I come with a very strong belief that solutions that merely remove things of cultural value from the public realm are bound to fail. Things of beauty or historical meaning should not be removed. Whenever items of our cultural heritage need re-evaluating or recontextualising, we should do that by adding, not subtracting. I strongly object to the subtraction that happened the other night. Vandalism of our cultural heritage cannot be acceptable or rewarded. I believe Council should repair the statue right now before any discussion of its long-term status is embarked upon. But many of the motivations behind the statue's removal I, of course, agree with. It was the act, not the idea, that crossed the line, especially after our national disgrace at the referendum last year. We need to seek healing and reconciliation with even greater urgency. But we need to pick our targets right and our methods right. I don't think Captain Cook's statue is at all the right target, for a whole lot of reasons which I can't explain here, but targeting this statue plays straight into the culture wars in a completely self-defeating way, as we can see here tonight. We need to find the right methods, the methods of inclusivity, of which I should say our Bunurong elders have always been brilliant and extraordinarily generous exponents. As with Australia Day, I don't think we should be trying to separate or remove anything. I think we need to keep the opposite elements of our national dilemma held together in a constructive tension, as a sort of national challenge and stimulus to genuine, deep, long-term reconciliation. Our contradictions need to be resolved, not quarantined. A positive, inclusive approach to Captain Cook is to provide an even more positive, thought-provoking context around him. Where is the great woman Jacka Boulevard wall mural when we need it? We need something big.
Thank you.
Not small-minded and negative.
All right. Thank you very much, David. All right. Going to check on people who were on my list here. So have we found Patrick Irwin? Is Patrick Irwin here tonight? That person was saying they're coming in person, so I'm going to cross them off the list because we haven't had contact. Okay. I mixed messages from Stephen Letticut if he actually still wants to attend. Is he still on? He left again. Okay. Stephen, sorry about that, but we appreciate that. I had an email saying he heard from other people that was reassuring to him. And so Richard Ludlow is online. Okay, let's try. Richard, can you hear us? And he's speaking to 14.
Hello.
Hi. Are you speaking to 14.2 as well? We can hear you.
14.2.
Great. Can you say your name? Yes, your good name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Richard Ludlow, St Kilda. Thank you, Matt. I'll start with a bit of historical context. The Captain Cook statue was erected in 1914. It was gifted to the city of St Kilda by Mr Andrew Stenhouse of St Kilda, a philanthropist and a member of the St Kilda Shore Committee. The statue has been a popular attraction for tourists and the community for over 110 years, and I would appreciate if certain councillors could get off their phones and listen to me when I am speaking. Thank you. The statue is located on a reclaimed portion of West Beach, St Kilda, and is now next to the Royal Melbourne Yacht Squadron, which gives a connection to maritime history and exploration by one of the world's greatest explorers and navigators. The statue was unveiled by the Governor of Victoria, no less. The statue of James Cook has no connection to the British government's decision to establish a penal colony in Australia in 1788. In fact, James Cook had been long dead for 10 years. By delaying the immediate restoration of this statue, it is only rewarding the uneducated criminal element. The criminal vandalism by cutting off the James Cook statue should not be condoned, tolerated or rewarded by this council. It should be restored immediately without any delay, or what will be the next public monument in Port Phillip to be destroyed. My understanding is that the local community, and what we have all just heard from the Indigenous community and the broader public, want the statue restored as soon as possible, because we and this council cannot be seen to be rewarding criminal vandalism. I'm also concerned that this motion is a waste of council money, ratepayers' money, officers' time and resources, and is promoting future acts of vandalism within the city of Port Phillip.
Thank you, Richard. I'll have to stop you there at the 2 minutes, but thank you very much for coming along tonight online.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Penny Nicol online? Yes? All right, Penny, we're going to go to you. Can you hear us, Penny? Penny, are you able to hear us? Try the icon with the microphone, please. All right, we're going to have to move back on. So that's a list I have here, but I have the people who've registered tonight. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. I think I'm counting that correctly. Just to give you a time gauge there. I'll first call upon Martin Kingham, speaking to item 9.1, aged care. Hello, Martin.
Hello. Yeah, Martin Kingham from St Kilda.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes. So when I have the forms, just explain it if you don't know council meeting, we'll come back through the list. We'll get through everything I've received here. Thank you. All right, 9.1, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to share with you 3 perspectives on this issue. Mine, my older brothers and my younger sisters. I'm current client of COPP Home Care. I live alone, and following the onset of chronic health conditions and numerous surgeries, I received post-hospital home care. When this expired, I was assessed by the federal government, referred to COPP's social worker, who also assessed me, allocated services and staff very quickly. Those fantastic staff have been prompt, patient, experienced, motivated and wonderful company. They're a credit to this council. They have an enterprise bargaining agreement to cover their conditions, and they have representation. The administration workers who support them are also excellent. They're constantly in touch with me. I'd have 3 or 4 phone calls a week from them, scheduling, rescheduling appointments, and they're an integral part of the support that I enjoy. My older brother is a client of a private provider. Following assessment by Anglicare, he had to wait 10 months before any services were commenced for him. There's no consistency of approach in his care, a high turnover of staff. If no one shows up for an appointment, there is no contract from the private provider. If you ring and can actually get through, you're told you'll just have to wait until your next scheduled appointment. And I'm talking about people who need assistance to bathe. Right? Finally, my younger sister. She is a new employee of a private provider. No experience, no training. Within 2 weeks, she was thrown in the deep end, allocated overnight stays with dementia sufferers. Low pay, low staff retention, etc., etc. Told that if she speaks up about her conditions, she'll get no shifts. In conclusion, I would just like to appeal to you as councillors to treat us older residents of Port Phillip and the home care staff with the respect and the dignity that we deserve by retaining and improving the current arrangements. The dislocation of these services will lead to immense distress in our community, especially to those more vulnerable than myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for coming down tonight. Really appreciate it. I call upon Brenda Forbath, speaking to 9.1 as well. Do I not see? Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, it is you. I'm looking at her. Where is she? You're right there. Brenda, please. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Brenda Forbath. I live in Elwood. And I'm speaking here tonight on behalf of Progressive Port Phillip. As you will see from the papers that have been presented tonight, Progressive Port Phillip was has submitted a paper on this issue. The report, Aged Care Reform Engagement Report, focuses on what needs to be considered if Council decides to withdraw from most of its direct service provision to older citizens in Port Phillip. That is the focus of this report, and it was the focus of the consultation process that has taken place. But what the report does not deal with is the option of Council remaining in its direct service role and expanding its service provisions to include more complex care as proposed in the new Commonwealth Government funding arrangements under the Support at Home program. This is an unfortunate omission. The consultation process did not present this as a detailed alternative. And I just noted that in the discussions with people during the consultation, some 27% of respondents did say that they preferred that there be no change to the provision of services as they are provided at the moment. According to Council's figures, 650 people will be affected by the proposed changes. Many of these people are amongst the most vulnerable in our community.
Thank you, Brenda. I'll have to stop you there at the 2 minutes. Thank you.
I've got a number of other questions I'll have to put.
With the questions, can you email them? Because they won't be answered right now anyway. It'll be Council.
I'm speaking to our submission and adding some questions to.
Thank you. I have to be fair that everyone else got 2 minutes. I did explain.
Can I continue?
No, we've hit the 2 minutes. I'm very sorry. You're welcome to email them, though. The questions can be taken up. We have 2 weeks as well until the vote, so there's some time as well. All right. I'm reading handwriting, so sorry if I'm reading this wrong, but I'm calling upon Nicholas Francis, speaking to item 14.2. Oh, hello, Nicholas.
Mayor, councillors. Yes, I'm speaking in relation to the statue, and
Can I pause you? Name, suburb.
Sorry.
Thank you for the record.
Francis, Middle Park. Yeah.
Thank you.
Captain Cook, for whatever persuasion you think, was a poor boy that made good, which is something we all like to have our society reflect. When he came here, he did one thing, and that was to claim this country. For George III, which prevented either the French, the Dutch or the Spaniards claiming it, which resulted in what we have today, which is the laws that he brought and, more importantly, the rule of law, which we all cherish and under which the Council and everyone else is bound. In relation to the statue itself, it's a beautiful thing, and it doesn't need to be detracted from by any other plaques or anything else. It stands on its own as a tribute to both an icon of this nation and an international icon. The point that encapsulates my comments. My inquiry, though, is under what power of this Council and the rule of law it gives you the right to have a vandalisation of a statue, the public statue, and then to say, well, we're not repairing it, we're not maintaining it, we're going to put it to a vote whether we have it there at all, particularly when it's a national trust, as a particular person before had stated. Is that my beep going?
No, that wasn't your beep. Like 20 seconds.
I've got, what, 20?
About 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Sorry, that's
yes, well, that's my question. We're under what power?
Great. A councillor may take that question up during the item. Thank you very much.
During what?
During when we speak about that item, when we go into debate.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Oliver Murphy, are you here? Yes. It's like the lottery. Oliver, come on down. Name, suburb and...
Yep, Oliver Murphy of 610 St Kilda Road in Melbourne. Once again, I'd like to speak with regards to the Captain Cook statue.
Thank you.
The proposal for the permanent removal of the Captain Cook statue from the St Kilda foreshore, being led by Councillor Nyaguy and others in this council, is nothing short of divisive and inflammatory. James Cook is a part of our history, whether people like it or not. The removal of a statue because of a perpetually outraged by everything few who are offended by it will not change the history. Furthermore, this sets a dangerous precedence. You would be basically greenlighting vandalism of public property with the sole aim of having it removed from our society if it is deemed offensive by anyone. And let's be honest, it's a very small minority of people who can't help but nail themselves to a cross in a quest to signal their virtue at any opportunity. So I ask, what are your motivations? Why do you want to get rid of this statue? If your argument is because it offends people or a few people and it's targeted every Australia Day, then I would respond with that argument of having no validity, and it certainly wouldn't pass the pub test. I'll explain what I mean by that. By that logic, if a group of people were offended by any number of flags on the council building and targeted them at any given time throughout the year, would you remove them? If somebody were to graffiti the Pride Centre, would you remove that or close it down? In closing, I would say a couple of things. Radical social justice warriors and criminals who target things don't get to decide what offends taxpayers, or should I say ratepayers. Neither do the council. I would suggest that they focus on things such as rubbish management, making sure the streets are clean and safe, because they are far from safe and they are far from clean. Fitzroy Street is absolutely disgusting, and it has been since the Gatwick was renovated and the people living in there moved onto the street. Not to mention people shooting up in the alley behind Woolworths on Acland Street. And what is council doing about it? Nothing.
Oliver, I'll need to stop you there, but thank you very much. This is another one I'm having a hard time reading. I think it's Liz Martinov. Is that close? Hopefully. Hi, Liz.
Good evening. Liz Martinov, St Kilda. I'll be short and brief.
Oh, not that brief. We'll go 2 minutes.
A Captain Cook statue should be repaired, reinstated, and in not knowing our past history, there is absolutely no future. And there's no debate in this area. It should be repaired and reinstated.
Thank you. Now, I believe this is the last one, and it's Thomas Burgess. Yes. Is there anybody else who thinks that they are going to fill out a form or something tonight that is expecting to speak? Nope. Okay. Then, Thomas, you are lucky last.
Hi, I'm Thomas Burgess. This is I'm a resident of Caulfield North, so don't live in Port Phillip. I just want to thank you for letting me speak. It's the first council meeting I've spoken at. My concern is about the statue, and I'm not going to talk on behalf or against Captain Cook, but I don't believe you can allow vandals to give them the right to remove a statue and give them the right to remove a statue. If you want to remove it as a council, then you should have a separate motion for that. There is
I think it's just a machine, if you can keep going.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Basically, look, I'm a big fan of St Kilda. I visit here a lot, and a few weeks ago I was having a drink with a friend, and after that I was walking, I was basically, harassed by people on the street. I think that's a bigger issue that you should be dealing with than statues. If you want, as I said, if you want to remove it, then you need a separate motion for that. You cannot allow the vandals to set the agenda. As I'm not speaking on behalf or against Captain Cook, but it is a very old statue. It is historical. It should be restored. That's basically all I have to say.
Thank you for coming down. All right, sorry, I kind of promised you were last, but we're going to try Penny Nicol online one more time. Penny, can you hear us? Penny? Oh, it's a bit heartbreaking. We're trying very hard, and I appreciate the governance team's efforts here and Penny's patience as well. Penny, I'm not sure if you see the icon for unmute. Maybe that might be it. All right, Penny, I'm sorry it didn't work. We're going to wrap up public question and submission time there. Oh, there's... Okay. What, you hear it? You hear it now? Oh. What? Penny's joined via the phone. Okay, we'll see if this works. I can't quite read the screen, so I'm not seeing what that says.
Hello.
Oh, Penny!
I finally got through.
Yay! Okay. Thank you, Penny. Name, suburb, 2 minutes.
Okay, Elwood, Penny Nicol. I'll take myself off. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you're fine. Go for it.
Yeah, good. That's all right. I had two going because the team, it just would not produce the microphone icon. Sorry. Okay, I'm unable to attend in person, but I found it extremely important to attend online after hearing of this motion 14.2. that Captain Cook statue is potentially looking to not be reinstated after the criminal vandalism of just before Australia Day. The statue is heritage listed, has been there for over 100 years, and I strongly object to it not being put back as soon as possible. Captain James Cook is no different to any other naval commander that followed the orders of the country to which they belonged and served and were employed by back in that era, or even now. In this case, was to raise a flag on undiscovered land as directed by the country he served, which was Britain. This, of course, is historic to many of us present and in this room, because without which many of us would not be here. It formed the beginnings of modern Australia as we know it, and this statue honours the time in our history. For the sake of our children and our very rich and wholesome country's history, stop trying to cancel it and change it, allowing these acts of vandalism to go by unpunished and, worse, rewarded by not reinstating the statue at the earliest time. If history offends you, that's good. Learn by it, don't cancel it. Let's be abundantly clear here. This was a criminal act of destruction and vandalism, and this motion by its very nature, just like the motion for the Council to support the federal government's Yes campaign, is a frivolous waste of ratepayers' money and precious Council resources and time, which would be better spent addressing the multiple community issues, the main ones being safety, rates, roads and rubbish. That is the expectation of our community for its local government. This motion gives the green light to activist vandals to move on to the very next target. I completely oppose it. Thank you for trying so hard to get me on.
You're welcome.
It.
Thank you, Penny.
Okay, bye.
All right. I think we need a comfort break. I'm proposing 10 minutes. Yes. And when we come back, we'll do the councillor question time and on to the rest of the agenda. Are we online? Yep, there we go. Thank you, everybody. We're going to resume. All right, we have finished public question time and submissions. We're now on to councillor question time. So, councillors, do you have any questions you would like to raise that are of general nature relevant to the City of Port Phillip that are not on agenda items tonight? Councillor Nyaguy.
I was just wondering if one of the officers could provide an update on the progress of the Palais forecourt and its expected completion date.
Thank you. Lachlan Johnson, do you have an answer for us?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I can confirm that the project is progressing to schedule. It's due for completion in the middle of the year. In the last few weeks, all services connections have been completed, including the stormwater works. The Palais entry works have been completed, so the new concrete forecourt has been sandblasted to the final finish, and irrigation works have commenced. Over the next few weeks, stormwater works will continue down Cavell Street. There'll be some associated road closures with that. The irrigation works will also commence, and we will start reinstating the flooring at the Palais entry. The completion date, as I said, is the middle of this year. I can get the date and report that later.
Excellent, thank you. A further question, Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, my other question was just around if we get an update from officers on the progress of the very important waste review following our transition to the new waste contractor.
Can I ask if I had listed twice? Do you want Joe or you? Okay, I'll refer to Joe McNeil.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the consultants that were engaged by the Audit and Risk Subcommittee that was delegated to undertake the review are finalising their report at the moment, and we expect that will be socialised with the subcommittee in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. Further question? Councillor Nyaguy, do you have any more? Nope. Okay. Councillor Pearl, you have your hand up?
Yep. 2 questions. Can officers please provide an update on any requirements for staff or job applicants to the City of Port Phillip to be vaccinated for COVID-19?
Who's taking this one? Claire? Claire, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The Council's COVID-19 workforce vaccination policy remains active and in place for both current and prospective Council employees. The nature of the pandemic, the regulatory guidance in place around the vaccine rollout, and the state and federal directions in regard to employers' measures to protect public health and safety continue to evolve. The policy is reviewed biannually, and it may also be reviewed at any time where it's deemed necessary by COP, and the policy is actually currently under its biannual review period, and which council officers are working through that review as we speak.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I've got one more, but I'll just ask a follow-up. So as is taken from that people without a COVID-19 vaccination can't successfully apply for a job unless they have an exemption. In the review that's currently being undertaken, are we reviewing that part of the requirements, and when will that be made public?
Through you, Mayor. The review will commence with a detailed risk assessment, which includes an assessment of both risk to employers and public, and it has a very detailed risk matrix assessment template and criteria, and following the outcome of that risk assessment, any further action would be determined. So would determine whether the policy needs updating or not.
Yeah.
The risk assessment is the first step.
Thanks.
Through you, Mayor, in the initial discussions, reassessing the risk profile around that is one of the priority things that we'll be reviewing, and whether we continue on with those requirements around mandatory vaccination is a key topic that we'll be reviewing as part of this review now.
Okay, and one more question. Can officers please provide an update regarding the reported news regarding Citywide, the recent reports in the AFR in relation to Citywide's waste department? And I quote, Melbourne Council is weighing putting a sizable waste management business on the auction block. What plans do we have in place to account for this news, and what advice, if any, have we received from Citywide?
Thank you. I'll refer to the CEO.
Through you, Mayor, we've received no notification from either City of Melbourne or Citywide regarding that reported news. We will follow up with both organisations in the next couple of days, early into next week, and report back.
Thank you. Any further questions from councillors tonight? If not, we're going to move on to item 6, which is the ceiling schedule. Councillors, we have no item for ceilings on tonight's agenda. On to 7, which is petitions and joint letters. Councillors, we have no petitions or joint letters on tonight's agenda. Now, I'm going to propose a change to the order of business. So before we move on to the presentation of reports, given the number of people in attendance tonight and possibly online, I will consider moving item 14, being the notices of motion. There's 2 of them first. In line with Rule 19 of the Council's governance rules, I will seek the consent of Council to change the order of business. So I move that Council approves the change of order of business to consider item 14, notice of motions first. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Bond, a second. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, so on to the first one, which is 14. So notice of motions, councillors, we have 2 tonight. Item 14.1 is a motion raised by Councillor Peter Martin in relation to the Heritage Verandah upgrade project. Councillor Martin, I hope you can hear us all right, and I hope we can hear you all right. But I assume you would like to, can you confirm you'd like to move this motion as it's written? May you come off mute?
Happy to move.
Good, we can hear you. Thank you. Happy to move. Do I have someone to second this? Councillor Sirikoff to second. All right. Councillor Martin, you can speak to your motion. Or actually, sorry, I might pause there. Does anybody have any questions on this item? You can either ask of Councillor Martin or of an officer. Councillor Bond?
What specific properties will be impacted by this, and what contribution are those land owners, the building owners, making to this heritage veranda upgrade? My understanding is there's a grant from, I presume, the state government, because it's not from us. Thereafter, a contribution from council. So my question is, are the landowners, the property owners who are going to benefit from all of this, what contribution, financial contribution, are they making or contributing towards this project?
Thank you. Lauren Belcar, can you answer for us? Is the microphone on? Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry. If you could start again. Thank you.
Hold on still. Sorry.
Okay, it's
Third
now
time.
you get to go. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor. The landowners are not making a contribution to this process. However, the intention is that the upgrades to the verandas will benefit the entire precinct of Clarendon Street and all associated businesses.
Thank you. Councillor Bond.
Who owns these specific verandas that are going to be subject to the works? Are they council owned or are they owned by the private property owners?
Through you, Mayor, through the private property owners.
All right. Any further questions on this item? Councillor Bond.
Given, I presume, these works will be adding to the value or increasing the value of these properties, is there any value capture mechanism in place for us to recoup or anyone to recoup the cost of any works that the state government and City of Port Phillip are contributing to with these landowners and properties?
Through you, Mayor, not to my knowledge, Councillor Bond.
Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff.
Mayor, I'd like to ask, by basically waiving permit fees, is this a cost to council at all?
Through you, Mayor, yes, there will need to be an internal transfer of funds at council to pay for the costs of the waived permit fees.
But can you clarify this a little bit further? It's waiving permits. So how is that a cost to council?
Through you, Mayor, we charge fees, as you're aware, for relevant permits. So in this instance, it is planning permit fees and street occupation fees. And the way that this tends to work, as advised by our finance team, is an internal transfer takes place from one area to another to ensure that the costs of those permits are still recognised in the budget.
Are you finished, Councillor Sirikoff? Good. Councillor Crawford.
Is there a timeline for this project? Because I feel like we don't really, before it goes away. I guess my question I would like is, why aren't they contributing, the private landowners, to this to some degree? I know we have done this in other areas, but they are contributing. So I guess I'd like to understand that more, and if there's a timeline on this, because I feel like we need more information before I could make a decision.
Through you, Mayor, for the state government to consider expanding upon its living local funds, which it has already provided, the works need to be completed by June this year, so we do require a speedy decision. The state government has required that it would be amenable to such an increase in its funding, however it would wish to see those permit fees waived. This has been a topic regularly discussed and championed by Council's Business Advisory Group. It is frustrating to all that private landowners don't contribute to maintain their properties to the standards that which their neighbours and residents and other businesses would like. That does bring down the appearance of the entire street, which is why grants such as this are available to benefit all of the businesses and community.
Go ahead. One more question.
Just forgive me for not knowing the extent. Are we able to do a section of the street, or it really all has to be done at once? There's no point doing half of it if I don't. Sorry, I really don't feel like I'm informed in this one. Are other businesses contributing, or is it just this section of private property that are not contributing? I guess I just really don't know the background on this.
So through you, Mayor, I don't have the details of all the individual businesses. The grant was made by the state government to complete the project that was submitted by the Clarendon Coventry Street Business Association. There is a funding shortfall in terms of those grants funds. The state government will consider increasing those grant funds to cover the deficit, providing that we waive the permit fees.
Councillor Crawford.
But if the private business owners contributed, would they also consider increasing the grant funding? It's just extra funds coming from somewhere.
Through you, Mayor, the state is not concerned as to where the funds come from. However, we are not confident that the private landowners would make that contribution, which would result in the remainder of the grant not being expended.
I have a question. Is the $35,000 quoted here for council permits an up to limit, or definitely going to be the amount? Would it be, I know you have multiple permits, so you're talking about among planning and street occupancy. Is it where maybe it might not reach 35,000?
Through you, Mayor, the figure of 35 was provided by Lovell Chen, who are the architecture and heritage consultant assigned to this project. We would ensure that that is the upper limit, and certainly if we could do it for any less, we would do so.
I have another question. So, in a sense, one thing that we'd be voting for is that that's an allowance we're agreeing to tonight. There could be an opportunity still, and that could be the decision, but that we could still have a conversation with the landlords to help leverage some more money, and possibly that would reduce the amount we actually spend. Okay, thank you.
Certainly we could do that.
Councillor Bond?
Sorry for my questions, but I never got any or received any notification of this notice of motion until I saw it in our council papers. So to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been a briefing or a discussion with councillors or an opportunity for me to ask questions on this. So I apologise that I have lots of questions. Who is going to be project managing this project should it go ahead?
So through you, Mayor, the project is already in train and the state government has already contributed funds to this project. So what we're discussing tonight is whether those funds can be topped up. The project was initiated by the Clarendon Coventry Street Business Association and auspiced by council. So the association is managing this process, and as I've just said, they've engaged Lovell Chen as the architecture and heritage consultant.
So councillor also going to be part of this, managing it. So we're not going to have a single minute of officer time is going to be spent on this project.
Through you, Mayor, only we did auspice the grant application, the initial grant application, so officer time has been spent assisting with the grant application, but minimal officer time.
But there will be some officer time from now on in order to manage this project, or just none whatsoever? We will have absolutely nothing to do with this
No, through you, Mayor,
until it's completed.
Management of the grant and the project doesn't change.
Thank you. Any last questions? Otherwise, is that a hand? No. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to go back to the mover, Councillor Martin, to speak to it first. Oh, okay.
Thank
One
you,
more
Mayor.
question. Sorry, Councillor Martin. We got a last-minute Councillor Crawford question.
I do want to be supportive, but I feel very uncomfortable at making a decision. If we were to defer this till the 21st meeting, is that still enough time frame to get it delivered by June this year?
Having a look, seeing if I have a... Through you, Mayor, that is likely. However, it would be far more, considering further discussions still need to take place with the state, and we still need the remainder of the funding approved by them for this to be completed by the end of June. It would be useful if the councillors could advise their support tonight. However, if the councillors require the additional time, that would be better than a negative result this evening for the association.
Sorry, Councillor Bond has a question.
One more question as well. The properties that are going to benefit from this, and just speaking bluntly, their value would be in the millions of dollars. Each one of those properties, knowing South Melbourne retail and property building values. So the beneficiaries of this who are not contributing all own properties worth millions of dollars, yet it's the council that has to contribute to a project that is going to increase the value of those millions of dollars that these property owners who are not contributing.
So through you,
I think you get the question.
I do get the question. The majority of the funding for this project is coming from the state government rather than council, and council is being asked to make a contribution to ensure that the state expands that contribution further.
All right, I'm going to ask a question, then Councillor Crawford has one. Can you confirm if the landowners have been asked, or if it was just assumed or considered that it may be too hard on a project?
Through you, Mayor, yes, I can confirm that they have been asked.
They have been asked. Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Again, sorry, a two-part question. Is there any chance, because it has happened for council, that they could extend the completion date beyond June? Because, you know, given that increased inflation, unexpected cost blowouts. And the second part to the question is, could those landlords pay it back over their rates if they don't have the cash up front? I mean, very hard questions, I know.
Through you, Mayor, we would have to have that conversation with the state. I know they will be reluctant to do that, but I don't want to give an answer on their behalf. In terms of the landlords, why the association has sought this funding for the state government is because they have not been able to get the landlords to agree to make this contribution, and there is a resulting impact to the appearance of the street and therefore the success of all traders and visitation. So advice given previously when this was raised through the Business Advisory Group was it wasn't something that Council wished to support for the reasons being discussed tonight. However, that alternative means of funding should be sought. They did that with the state government funding and the Living Locals Fund, and they are now asking for us to make a contribution for them to expand on that support.
Thank you. No further questions? We're going on to Councillor Martin. Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm old enough to remember the beautiful verandas that used to decorate Clarendon Street many, many, many years ago. And we used to sit outside the old paper shop deli and have a morning coffee and enjoy the beautiful surrounds. Unfortunately, over the last 20 years, the verandas have deteriorated significantly. There's bird crap everywhere. They really lend nothing to Clarendon Street. And we're all on here at Council about placemaking in our high streets and improving the venue. We've done a number of walkthroughs, ward councillors and Clarendon and Coventry Street Business Association people through Clarendon Street in the last 3 years, and the main issue that comes up every time is how the poor condition of the verandas detracts to the general amenity of Clarendon Street. The second issue that we have is that there are only two major landlords that own all the various shops. All the shops there are leaseholders paying rent, and the landowners have consistently refused to provide money to upgrade the verandas. Hence, the Clarendon and Coventry Street Business Association, led by Jamie Gray and Anne Michaels, have gone to the state government to seek funding, since they can't get it from their landlords, to improve the amenity of Clarendon Street and restore it to its former glory. If that happens, there will be an immediate improvement in the level of business, the people wanting to access Clarendon Street. And if we were wanting to split hairs here, I would imagine that the value of those properties would go up significantly, the rents would go up, and Council would get back the maximum of $35,000 that this motion is requesting from Council through the increase in rents, because the amenity and value of those properties has been increased. Yes, it would be wonderful if the landowners would take on the responsibility, but given that they haven't been asked repeatedly over a number of years, the local business association has gone to the state government. It's been able to get a $195,000 grant. The state government's agreed to waive the $63,000 building component of any rates that are payable, leaving only the council permits. For $35,000, a very, very small contribution from our council, we're going to greatly increase the amenity of Clarendon Street. It will lead to greater occupancy of the shop fronts. It will lead to far more income. It's a major win for Clarendon Street, for South Melbourne, and in the long term, a win for the City of Port Phillip. So I commend this motion to you. Oh, and yes, we've had precedents in the past. So, for example, when Theatre Works were doing some work not so long ago, we waived some permits there as well. So we do have a past history of doing this in exceptional circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Sirikoff, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have much else to say than that Council has actually contributed to the revitalisation of Acland Street, where we've injected $200,000 for getting new tenants in, and I think this is basically a cheaper way to go, or less costs to the council. We're not putting in $200,000. It's basically $35,000 waiving of fees. So in terms of, revitalising that part of Clarendon Street, I think it'd be a really good way to show some good faith at what's happening to that precinct. And given that we've doing an audit of Clarendon Street, this would go hand in hand with it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Bond.
All right, I'm going to speak against this, and this will be my inner socialist coming out. So I think it's the second time today. It's every one of us would like council to come and do something to their property. I live on a one-bedroom flat in St Kilda, and the roller door in my balcony is a little bit jammed. I would love council to come round and fix it for me. And my argument is the people of St Kilda will benefit enormously if I'm able to spend more time on my balcony. Therefore, council should... What do you mean, no? You get the point. These are multi-millionaire property owners who for years have done nothing about their balconies, verandas. They own them. I feel for the business association that's done the work and seen the benefit. But if they're going to sit back and do nothing and not contribute 1 single cent to this project, which is going to add enormous value to their properties, and not put anything into it themselves, I'm sorry, but I just cannot support this. The difference between this and Acland Street is that I was very clear when we were discussing Acland Street that there must be some come to the party from the landlords. And we eventually got that, and we eventually got them to come in and offer reduced rents in order to be part of that $200,000 Acland Street revitalisation project. So they're not just sitting back receiving money from council for doing nothing. As the landlords in this area, and I imagine some of these properties, if it's 2 property owners, they're sitting on $10 or $20 million worth of properties, and yet they expect the City of Port Phillip to come and do this. I've been reading in the news today that we're demanding a yoga teacher down at St Kilda Beach pay what she has to pay for her permits in order to undertake her...
Can you please speak to the item, please?
I am speaking to the item, I'm coming to it. In order to undertake her activity down there, which benefits arguably 100 people. Now, I'm not saying council's made a wrong decision in that instance, but for us to waive the permit fees here for these 2 multi-millionaire property owners in order that their balconies or verandas could be refurbished, but insist that the yoga teacher down at St Kilda has to pay her full whack, it doesn't sit well with me. So unfortunately, I know how much this means to probably the Business Association and Councillor Martin, but as I said, my inner socialist just cannot allow me to do this and support this particular proposal when we're treating other people differently elsewhere in the municipality, and we've always, for all these other projects where we contribute to these streets, insisted that landlords come to the party and make a contribution. That's clearly not happening in this instance, so unfortunately I cannot support it.
Thank you. Who would like to speak to it next? Councillor Pearl.
If we put $35,000 on the table, councillors here, would we invest it at our first priority into this project? I don't think we would. We have done permit waivers in the past for community groups such as the National Theatre, which the vast majority of us here supported. But this is effectively us contributing $35,000 to private enterprise. Now, Councillor Martin didn't socialise this with me as a ward councillor before putting the motion up. I'm sure the intent is clear, but I don't think it's needed to be decided here this evening. It looks quite rushed to me. It's a small amount of money, but frankly, I don't really think, even if those verandas were sparkling in their almost new-like condition, that it would deliver the promises of which Councillor Martin has articulated in his opening speech this evening, nor is there any evidence that would take place in terms of rivers of gold coming back to the streets. These verandas are important, but I don't think they're going to change the fundamental structure of the economy and social fabric of that street today or 5 years from now.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking to the item? Councillor Crawford.
I am so on the fence with this one. I guess what I would be interested is, if this fails, whether there's an opportunity to consider contributing $10,000 and getting the rest from the landlords, which I think is a much more reasonable outcome. I think Councillor Pearl is right. It is part of a suite of things that we need to, the South Melbourne Structure Plan being that, and looking to the future. I just, as Councillor Bond said, like usually there's a co-contribution, and in this case the state government stepped up, but the actual landlords don't. And we are looking at derelict property rates thing because of the fact that there are landlords who are not doing the right thing in our city. So I'm still on the fence, but I am open to considering a small amount at a future date, perhaps with a little more information.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to it? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a couple of comments. One, can Councillor Bond's inner socialist come and visit us more? Always love to have you around. But I will, this is a tricky one, and I suppose, all of the points that have been made are actually correct in terms of, to whatever extent, in terms of the benefits that this would have for the businesses there, the revitalisation of the area, the fact that we've done, we've made investments into other high streets and that sort of thing, as well as the fact that, this is a direct transfer of money from the public sector to wealthy landlords. And I think it's not crazy to say wealthy landlords in this case. I know a lot of landlords say, I'm not wealthy. Let's be honest here. We have seen the continuing demise of high streets across Australia and across the world in a lot of cases, due to a number of factors, but one of those is the economic systems that actually reward vacancies in properties, that actually reward landlords for keeping vacant properties, coupled with the often rapacious demands for rents in some of the most highly sought after areas in our municipality. So given that all of these things are true, that by investing this money, council could make a real positive difference to the area, and that it also, from a values perspective, is that transfer directly from the public sector to wealthy landlords, I am somewhat torn. I have been having some sidebars with Councillor Crawford, and I've listened to some of the discussions here. I think based on the limited amount of time that this has, that we as councillors have had to consider this, because there are really pros and cons on either side of this, it would have been good to have more time to consider this. So what I would probably do is I would probably vote against this motion, or vote to defer it if that's an option, so that we can have more time to consider it, but also look at other opportunities for us to make this kind of investment. Let's see how many of the pros we can get out of this and try to avoid some of the cons.
Okay. I'm going to propose an amendment on the fly. Sorry. My amendment would read that seeks for, I don't know who the right person here is, if it's council or if it's the business association, to go back and ask again for the landowners to contribute. So if it were to be successful, that would be that we're still allowing the maximum of the $35,000, but really hoping that they're going to come to the party. Because we have some strong views here, and I think they're valid, that this is to the benefit of the landlords, but it's also to the benefit of the street. So is that someone seconding it or questioning? Yeah, I think it's not even up there yet.
How does that change it if we're going to give $35,000 and you're going to go ask them and they say no? Are we still going to give it?
Yes. So that's the point. Is that it's if this was to
they know
pass,
we're going to give it to them, and then we ask them anyway.
At this point,
yeah,
it's right. I'll ask and see if anybody would like to second that. If not, it'll fail. Request the CEO or their delegate to contact the business owners.
That doesn't make any sense.
Thank you for your feedback. We will work through it in a second. It wouldn't be probably council. Lauren, can you clarify if this would be the business association's the correct thing to do if we're asking for that conversation to happen?
Through you, Mayor, the Association has asked if councillors would be willing to defer the item for several weeks. They feel that there are a few misconceptions being spoken about, that they would like to have the chance to provide more information and have further discussion before this is voted on.
Sure. So question to governance, a clarifying question. If I were to want to defer it, how do I do that given a notice of motion?
Mayor, may I move an amendment?
Hold on, just wait. To finish up my question, please.
Through you, Mayor, you could move a procedural motion to either adjourn the debate to later hour and or date or time, or to adjournment of the debate indefinitely. Both of those procedural motions require a seconder and would have to be debated.
Okay. I will move a procedural motion to bring it back to another council meeting, not indefinitely. And Councillor Baxter is seconding that.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, will require the date and the time.
Is the next council meeting sufficient, that if I write that as a date, or do you want it open-ended? Excuse me?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is sufficient, as long as councillors are able to make some time to discuss
Then
prior to that.
what I'm proposing is then to the 21st of February. Does that work? Yeah. And Councillor Baxter, are you happy with that? All right. Then to debate that, I think that this one, obviously, as at the request of the Business Association, that could be sufficient, and at request of councillors tonight, that they might need a little bit more information on this one. So that 2 extra weeks will give us that. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Baxter?
Yeah, just briefly. So I think, a deferral is probably a good idea in this case. But I would also, one of the questions I didn't think of before was whether a commemorative plaque would form part of the the end of the restoration works, and whether there would be a plaque to say who was responsible for it. And I wonder whether it could also say who wasn't responsible for it. Not my name,
okay, all right.
but perhaps say who wasn't responsible.
We might have to take that as a comment for the future. Anybody else want to speak to the procedural motion debate? Otherwise, we're going to put that to a vote. Yeah? We put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for going through that. Sorry, wrong paper. Give me a second. All right. Now we're on to 14.2. This is a motion raised by Councillor Robbie Nyaguy in relation to the Captain Cook statue. Councillor Nyaguy, as you have moved, would you like to move this notice of motion or something else?
I have an alternative motion which I've circulated to governance.
Right, thank you. Does the governance team have it? Okay. Can you read it out, please, because there may be people cooking online not looking at the screen.
The Council directs the CEO or their delegate to establish the costs and time frame for reinstatement and ongoing management of the Captain Cook statue in Catani Gardens, and to provide this information to councillors and the community in an appropriate format. 2, directs the CEO or their delegate to continue continue the repair work of the damaged Captain Cook statue and reinstates it. 3, directs the CEO and their delegate to conduct a community engagement process to understand the views on the location and context of the Captain Cook statue.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you are not able to engage right now. You will have to leave if you don't follow my direction. No, sir, you do not. I will give you one more opportunity to follow the direction as I've given that at the beginning. You need to follow my direction. This is not the opportunity. You are here to observe at this point the community engagement question and time. I will have to ask someone to escort you out if you continue. Please. Thank you for telling us what you are now moving. Is there someone who would like to second this? Sorry, is anybody willing to second this? Or are there any questions how it's written? Councillor Pearl, what do you want to do?
Question would be great. So on the item number 1, what would the appropriate format be, and what would the timeline for that be? If an officer can inform us of that.
Through you, Mayor, I could do it through a CEO report, for instance, and time frame. Once we get a bit of direction post tonight, I'll be able to progress a bit more quickly, but we are still getting through information from Heritage Victoria about the precise requirements. But we'd look to come back within if not the next council meeting, the first one in March.
Thank you.
Thanks, CEO. Number 2, I assume we are repairing the statue at the moment. I'll work on that assumption. Number 3, take me through how much, what will officers, does number 3 give clear direction to officers about the type of community engagement process that will be undertaken? How long will it take and how much will it cost?
Through you, Mayor, I think it gives us a fair bit of a licence for how we might go about it, to be honest, because it's quite broad. So officers could use some judgment and engage with councillors further about that. One of the items that officers have been considering is around how we prevent future vandalism and also how we respond to the feedback that we receive from the Burrong Land and Sea Council. So longer term, one of the options that we had been considering is what kind of engagement we might do around First Nations recognition and perspectives, for instance, alongside any reinstatement or the reinstatement of the statue where it is. There has been some initial thoughts around what that might cost and the timeframes for it. And Lauren might be able to give a little bit of additional context to that, but otherwise I'll take it on notice and bring it back.
Any further clarifying questions at this point? Councillor Clerk.
Given the statue is the statue, how does the reference of context of the Captain Cook statue, what does that mean?
That could be Councillor Nyaguy or an officer.
That was to Councillor Nyaguy.
Okay, thank you.
So context would be in relation to how we present the statue. It would be around whether we add additional plaques, whether we add additional sculptures or information around the statue. So it's not just sort of sitting alone the way it is currently. It's about how we talk about the history of the statue and the history of Captain Cook.
I have already given you warning. I will have to stop the meeting to have a security guard to come in. I'm adjourning the meeting for a moment to deal with the disruption in the gallery. You have been asked to leave, respectfully asked to leave because you did not follow direction. Thank you.
I am being thrown out. Is that right? For insisting on procedural fairness and natural justice.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience in the gallery. As I explained previously and for people online, at this point, the gallery is here to observe the council meeting, and it's so that we can go about our business by our governance rules. We invite the public to address the council with questions and submissions to the items on the agenda during a portion, and everybody had that opportunity in the room that wanted to, and online. Thank you. Councillor Baxter, do you have a clarifying question?
Can I ask a clarifying question around governance? Just about, and perhaps this might make things clear for the gallery, councillors' ability to, amend their motions or put forward alternative recommendations.
Governance, please.
Through you, Mayor, the governance rules allow a councillor to table an amended or alternative version of their motion. The purpose of doing it in such a way is that it's as transparent as possible. The merits of those changes are being debated in the public forum and will be endorsed or considered by the whole council rather than by one or other councillors.
Okay, so just to clarify, Councillor Nyaguy has completely followed all of the governance rules and is able to amend his motion and put forward an alternative recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, that's correct, and that's based on advice that Councillor Nyaguy seek from governance beforehand.
Thank you. Another clarifying question, Councillor Pearl?
Yes, just to clarify. So if this motion doesn't get a seconder and doesn't get debated or fails, what will happen? I assume officers will continue their repair work of the statue and it'll be reinstated?
Through you, Mayor, officers are currently working on what's the approach, the requirements and the cost of reinstating the statue where it is, and also looking at options for how we mitigate future vandalism and respond to the feedback from the Burrong Land and Sea Council.
just so I can clarify, if this doesn't get debated or it fails tonight, will the statute be reinstated?
It will, subject to finance. So there may be a requirement depending on whether we have the budget, whether I have to come back to council and ask for the budget.
And sorry, thank you. And in relation to that, will you have to do that in any case if we pass this motion here this evening?
Can you read it here?
Well, it's not called out there technically, yes, because if it's unbudgeted and I haven't got a funding source for it, I will have to come back to council to get it. If I do have a funding source, for instance, from our assurance proceeds or from funding from the state government, it gives me more flexibility.
Any further questions? Councillor Nyaguy?
I was just wondering if officers could clarify whether they have any kind of ballpark figures in terms of the reinstatement costs, and whether there's been any positive commitments from the state, and also whether there's any insurance proceeds that might cover the cost of the reinstatement.
Lauren Bilkar?
Through you, Mayor, we have received a preliminary quote for $8,000 to repair the statue and reinstate it onto the feet and the plinth. There is still the issue of investigating the plinth itself. That hasn't been assessed, and also costs involved with scaffolding and security to reinstate the statue. We do have preliminary advice that insurance is likely to cover most of these costs, other than a $5,000 excess, but obviously a claim has to be submitted before we can have that advice confirmed.
The other question was, there's been mentioned the fact that this is a heritage-listed statue. In cases of this, does council have a positive obligation to replace and to reinstate a statue like this, or is it something where, given that it's not been done by us, that we can kind of just let the status quo remain?
Through you, Mayor, council has to consult with Heritage Victoria on any plans involving the statue, whether that be reinstatement, relocation or removal. Depending on the request and their assessment of the significance of that request, that will trigger a consultation process led by them, and they will advise their requirements out of that process.
Thank you. Further questions? If not, we have... Oh, Councillor Sierkoff.
Mayor, can we be given some kind of an estimation of what the community engagement would be versus the cost of, the costing that you just provided us for reinstating the statue, that is community consultation versus reinstatement? Are they similar costs?
Through you, Mayor, an initial estimate of the cost to conduct a community consultation process, should it be of a standard, we base that off a standard communication consultation process that council undertake, would be about $12,500.
And so given the figures that you just gave for reinstating, that's around $15,000 versus $12,500. So basically, well, I'll let people make up their own minds there what we should be doing and what would be the most...
Councillor Sierkoff, we're not speaking to the item, so keep your questions right now, please.
I apologise. I take that back.
Thank you.
I just clarify, the motion as it stands is reinstating and doing community consultation. It's not a binary choice of one or the other, it's doing both.
Exactly. And so then we've got...
Councillor Sierkoff, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So then I'd like to ask council then do we have a cost of $12,500 plus another cost of $15,000?
If you plus them together, that would be the number, yes.
All right. Councillor Crawford?
Is that the cost for, just to say we wanted to do a have your say and keep it open for 2 months and give some questions? Is that the kind of, or is it much more a pop-up kind of more focused consultation that you're referring to?
Through you, Mayor, it's probably somewhere in between. It doesn't contain a number of pop-ups and that kind of extensive consultation, there would obviously have to be quite extensive messaging and consultation with the authorising bodies around this type of consultation. So it does factor in officer hours, promotion, marketing, Facebook advertising and officer time.
Thank you. I have a question. There have been comments tonight about maybe the information around it could be enhanced from a tourism point of view when the statute is reinstated. Would that require additional direction to pursue looking at concepts, or kind of that also might look at the mural and other works in the area that could complement this and gaps in history? Do you need direction from council to start concept work on that?
Through you, Mayor, officers have already commenced work on a range of options with the intention to present that to councillors in due course for consideration and for feedback. So this would include options involving First Nations involvement, other public art options, including murals and other ways of providing the context as discussed tonight. So that work had commenced prior to this notice of motion being raised, but is in very preliminary stages.
And one further question. If this were to fail tonight, and would there be a community consultation in general required through the reinstatement process? But also, if we were, as this topic matures through all the information we'll receive and get, could we revisit the idea of a conversation with our community about the location? Just purely as in, if this doesn't get up tonight, is there another opportunity? Should this be something that we may want to revisit? Is that maybe a governance question? If this fails, can it come back in the chamber in some other form at some other time?
Through you, Mayor, that would be a decision for councillors.
So there's nothing that holds that back?
Through you, Mayor, our general approach is to try not to relitigate decisions made in an existing council term unless there's a good reason to do that. So if new information became available after briefing with councillors and you wanted to pursue something like that, but otherwise we wouldn't necessarily directly seek to do that in this council term. But as Lauren mentioned before, we have been planning the repair and reinstatement in current location and getting information regarding that and the requirements around it. Alongside that, we have been considering how we reduce the incidence of future vandalism and how we respond to the feedback that we've heard from the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council, which in part we heard at Weacon Dillinger as well. And so that could be a separate process, and I think we'll be able to come back in time with a recommendation around that. I think there's some real merit in some of the things that have been proposed in terms of recognition of First Nations perspectives, which probably don't need to be coupled up with where we locate the statue.
Thank you. Any last questions? Otherwise we should move on. And we have so far a mover of the amendment, but we are seeking a seconder.
I'll second it, Mayor.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Martin. Okay, Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to speak to it? No, Councillor Nyaguy has moved this, so he'll be speaking first. I heard it online. Sorry, please don't interrupt, but I understand that might have been confusing because we do have a councillor online. And I know you came late, so maybe you didn't know that. But let's keep going. Moved by Councillor Nyaguy, seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Nyaguy, please start.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start by reading tonight from my Year 5 SOS book. In Year 5, which was 2002 for those at home, we studied the explorers, and I've written out a bunch of things on a kind of colourful page, which I think rather creatively coloured in at the time. And I've written a couple of questions I assume were prompts from the teachers, and I've written answers. The first question is, why do people go exploring? And my answer as an 11-year-old was, kings and queens send explorers to go exploring so they can rule more land. Also, they go so they can grow herbs and spices. The next question is, what contributions have explorers made to the developments of Australia? My answer, Explorers have found Australia and planted food that have helped us, but they have also planted bad things like rabies, foxes, cane toads, weeds, and I think the last word, it's unreadable. I think it might be pesticides. This book, I had to go a little looking to find it this week and to reflect upon the story that I was told about Captain Cook and the story I was told about the exploration of Australia. And this is not a story that was being told back in the 50s, as I said. I was learning about this in 2002, so not that long ago. And one of the core things I read in this book was the emphasis on the fact that Captain Cook was an incredible explorer. He sailed across the whole world at a time when that was not an easy thing to do. And his intention was to discover a southern land. And when he got there, he claimed it for the British Empire. And in my research this week, I kind of reflected back onto some of the kind of historical articles at the time. And I found an article, I believe it's the Argus, shortly after this statue of Captain Cook was erected. And there's similar words. So, as has been mentioned by a number of people tonight, the statue was funded initially by a private donation from Mr. Andrew Stenhouse, who, from my understanding of the research, was a sort of mining magnate of the time who split his time between Broken Hill and St Kilda. And Mr. Stenhouse was pretty clear about his intentions for erecting a statue of Captain Cook in the gardens. And I'll just read a short part of the article from the time. This is in 1914. Mr. Stenhouse, in asking His Excellency to unveil the statue, I should note that the Governor of Victoria at the time unveiled the statue, said that they had met to do the honour to the memory of one of the noblest British seamen, Captain Cook, who some 146 years ago, in the small sailing ship Endeavour, had navigated the unknown sea around New Zealand and Australia, and who had ended by adding Australia to the British Empire. And Mr. Stenhouse further reflected, when the rising generation come to look upon the statue, he hoped that they would think of what the pioneers had done, and that those thoughts would make them always resolve to defend their heritage, be it against Turk, Christian, or cultured heathens. I've probably, I think, in the eyes of Mr. Stenhouse, been a cultural heathen this week by reflecting on whether or not the statue should remain. The entire point of statues like this wasn't simply to talk about our history, but it was to elevate and celebrate very specific parts. And the story that I learnt back at school and the story that was told at the time, and we've continued to tell since, is a story of Captain Cook innocently discovering an empty land and claiming it for the British Empire. And this foundational colonial myth is a bit hurtful and a bit damaging, because ultimately it implies that there was nobody here, that there weren't 65,000 years of history already, and that it was a totally legitimate thing for someone to do, to simply sail to a place they'd never been before and claim the entire continent of some 250 or so countries and just claim the entire thing for them. And then to imply that, obviously, as we often told, that nothing happened after that. We, white folk, the second Australians, peacefully moved across the continent and built cities and built towns and developed the place without any grievance to the local population. But we know that's not true. And a challenge we now face is how we reflect upon this. It's important to also reflect this statue has changed a number of times since it was first put there. This statue is a replica. At the time, they decided it would be a bit cheaper to get a replica of another statue rather than do one from scratch. Mr. Stenhouse didn't have unending pockets, it would seem, at the time. And so when it was unveiled, there was great celebration about it, and it was initially erected in the very middle of what we now call Catani Gardens, where the rotunda is. And they actually renamed the gardens. So they'd been called Pier Lawns, and they renamed them straight after they had the Captain Cook statue unveiled and called them Captain Cook Lawns. And they remained called that until 1927, when they renamed them Catani Gardens. So we've already changed a bit of our history there. I don't think anyone in 1927 was saying that by naming it Catani we were cancelling history. If you fast forward a bit to 1988, the statue gets moved to its current location and we erect the rotunda during the bicentenary. Again, when we did that, there was no calls of cancelling culture or cancelling history or woke battles. They simply moved the statue to a new location and went on their merry way. But when you look at the statue today, and I've done it many times in the last couple of weeks and many times over my lifetime, I'm always struck by its lack of context. I've learned a bit about it now, having read about it and delved into the history more, but ultimately it's not a statue that readily makes it clear to the community why it's there. And so when you walk past, you simply think, oh, well, I guess Captain Cook was a good guy, and move on with your life. The statue doesn't talk about all this history, which I think is really important. And so that's why ultimately I decided that I needed to put this motion. There's lots of issues that Council think are important, and many of them are on the agenda tonight. But I felt it was really important that we start to have those conversations, honest conversations about our history, and that we reflect upon the difficult parts and the not so difficult parts, and find a way to move forward together. I think when we respond to acts of vandalism like this by simply shutting down the conversation and not providing any kind of democratic and meaningful way to move forward, I think we're not just doing a disservice to ourselves, we're just doing a disservice to everybody who loves our country, from James Cook forward, and all the Indigenous people in their history as well. There's so many incredible parts of our country's history. One of the core things is that we are a democracy, that our history isn't fixed, that we can reflect upon it from time to time and tell it differently. Not delete things, but tell it differently. And I think that's really, really important. We can't move forward if we simply shut the door on this conversation. I condemn the vandalism because the vandalism was an illegitimate, undemocratic way of resolving these questions about our history. The only way we can do that, and that's why I think we have to have a community consultation, is for our council to go out to our community and say, how do you want to tell this story? The reason we've reworded this motion tonight is because it's not a binary choice simply between removing or replacing. Because it's a heritage statue, we do need to repair it, and we'll reinstate it in the meantime. But I think it's timely for us to have a really detailed conversation with our community about whether that's the right location for the statue. And as I've made it publicly known, I don't think it is. But also about how we tell the context around this statue, the context around Captain Cook, and all the wonderful history in between. I think we can do that in a way that will bring us together, leave us better understanding our history, and ultimately moving forward with a better shared history about Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll go online to Councillor Martin if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of you know I'm a bit of an Anglophile. I'm currently in a town called Doncaster. Captain Cook was born in the village of Martin, about 90 kilometres from where I'm currently sitting, and I'm going to be visiting St Cuthbert's Church, where he was christened. I'm also going to be visiting about 100 k's further down the coast where my own family come from, so I've almost got a link with Captain Cook, and interestingly, I was in the pub last night and met one of his relatives. So
point of order,
Captain
Mayor.
Cook is very...
Point of order.
Yep.
Context coming up.
I believe he's still speaking to it. Yep, go ahead.
Context coming up.
Sorry, Councillor Martin, I'm going to have to hear the point of order. Councillor Clark, what is the point of order?
Not talking on the topic.
All right. I am going to overrule and ask Councillor Martin to keep speaking because I think everything he's saying is getting to his point about Captain Cook, because I keep hearing him say Captain Cook. So the point of order...
And the pub.
Okay. Thank you. I ask him to keep going, but maybe get a little bit farther in in your points. Thank you, Councillor Martin.
So the point I'm making is I've been a long student of the history of Captain Cook, and I was, like many people, appalled at the vandalism that occurred in the early hours of the morning on January the 25th. And initially I was concerned that Councillor Nyaguy's initial motion, which was tabled with the council papers, didn't talk about reinstating Captain Cook, because I believe he's been a very, very important figure, not just in Australia but in the world. Everyone in the pub I was in last night over here in England knew all about him. So I'm very glad that point 2 has now been altered so that we're going to continue the repair work of the damaged Captain Cook statue and reinstate it, as we should. Now, before Councillor Clark gets a little upset, I'm going to very briefly talk about what I did yesterday and the day before. I went to museums in Manchester and Liverpool. Manchester and Liverpool were built upon the slave trade. Many of their streets are named after people who were major figures in the cotton industry, which was built on the slave trade. And it was interesting to note that in their museums and their monuments, they haven't removed them, but what they do have is they put context there. Now, Captain Cook certainly wasn't someone who was involved in any sort of inappropriate activity against our Indigenous people, but to some people, he is a symbol of the arrival of the British. So yes, it's appropriate that we recognise him. Yes, it's appropriate that we reinstall him. But I also think it's appropriate that, given the situation where we are going to be doing some work about replacing him, now's the time to perhaps put some additional information around the statue, to put perhaps the context not of Captain Cook himself, who was one of the most renowned explorers and scientists of the 18th century, but to look at what his arrival in Australia meant for the local Indigenous people. And if there's some context about that, I think that's a well and a good thing, and we probably need to involve our local Indigenous community and all of our community in making sure that they're comfortable with what that context is. I'm also not sure where the statue should go back, because Katani Gardens seems to be a place that allows vandalism to occur. Perhaps we could put the captain in a more public spot where there's lots of street lighting around, so that it's much more difficult for people to interfere with him, and much easier for us to put in some CCTV. So that's why I'm suggesting that the location probably doesn't necessarily need to be sorted now, just the commitment to reinstate him. And secondly, I'd like us to have a look at what sort of context we need to do to support additional information so that people can understand what a great person Captain Cook was and his contributions to the world of science and also to Australian history, but also some of the context that some people see that if the great captain hadn't arrived here in 1788, who knows what may have happened later. So yes, given that we've now altered this motion, I'm happy to support it, happy to see the captain re-erected, reinstated in all his glory, but also that there be some context around the statue, whether that be plaques, whether it be some additional figures that look at other people who are important in our early history, so that everyone can take a measured view of the captain's contribution to Australia and also other people who've made contributions to our great society, which, as speakers have mentioned earlier today, have made our country the most wonderful country in the world. I can't wait to come home.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Who would like to speak to this item next? Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought a bit about what to say about the situation we find ourselves in tonight. I could talk about how Captain Cook is one of the great historical figures of all time, and how the fact we are here tonight to discuss the destruction of a statue dedicated to his many great historical achievements says so much about the decline of the education system in this state. During my schooling, we were taught about Captain Cook, his journeys and achievements. But 25 years on from my school years, or 30 years on from my school years, it appears that the education system no longer teaches this element of our country's history. If they did, there would be no debate tonight. The statue of Captain James Cook would be reinstated at the earliest opportunity. I was also taught at school that foxes and rabbits were introduced in this country in the 1850s, 80 years after Cook traversed this coast. And cane toads were introduced in the 1930s, 160 years after Cook traversed this coast. So trying to pin those on Captain James Cook is just a ludicrous argument. I could talk about how not reinstating this statue immediately is giving in to vandalism, and that the longer we delay, the longer the vandals and criminals win. We've received many submissions, the vast majority in favour of reinstating the statue. So we already know the community's feeling on this. No consultation is required. One submission received earlier today was an email and submission from Jason Briggs from the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council. The traditional owners of our area, and I acknowledge there is another group, the Bunurong, and a court case, and we can all read the details on that should we choose to do so. Without reading the full letter that was read out earlier tonight, one line says all we need to know, both as councillors and as a community. It stated the statue should be repaired and placed back in its original position in Katani Gardens. Mr Briggs then outlined his reasons why. He also stated that to not reinstate the 110-year-old statue of Captain James Cook would not only undermine the wider community's heritage, but our First Nations heritage as well. This letter alone should have resulted in the withdrawal of this motion. However, disappointingly, it didn't. It's also disappointing that a councillor who sat in this chamber last October and opined that we need to listen to our Indigenous community and give them a voice to Parliament, now chooses to ignore them for the second time in the last few months. It seems our local Indigenous community...
Order, Madam Mayor.
Can you tell me your point of order, please?
That is an incorrect reflection on my statements in public. I'd ask Mr Bond to withdraw them.
Thank you. I uphold the request to withdraw based on it's capable of being applied offensively to another councillor. You can continue.
I didn't
with your
name
speech.
anyone.
Thank you. I've made a decision.
Can I also ask that you direct Councillor Nyaguy to cease interrupting and remind him that being triggered by words that I say is not a valid reason for a point of order?
Excuse me. Points of order are allowed, and I made a ruling on it. So if you'd like to keep going on your speech, you're welcome to do so.
It seems that our local Indigenous community only deserve a voice when they agree with that councillor, and that at all other times their voice should be
Point of order,
ignored.
Madam Mayor. I'd ask that Councillor Bond also withdraw that.
This is my opinion, Madam Mayor, and this is my opportunity to express my opinion.
Councillor Bond, I know you know how point of orders work, so let me deal with it. If you could just pause, please. Councillor Nyaguy, when you do the point of order, I need you to give me the explanation of... Okay.
My point of order, Madam Mayor, is that Councillor Bond is attributing things to me that are not things that I've said or done or believe.
So...
It's an error of fact.
Error of fact. All right. Look, I can either adjourn to consider this, and I'm not going to make everybody sit here and wait, and I go back through council records and that bit. So I will request again that if you could move on in your speech, I'm sure you have more things to say. So if you can do that...
Madam Mayor, I'm allowed to have an opinion without being interrupted here continually.
No, it's not interruptions, it's point of orders. It's part of the governance rules. Please continue if you'd like. If not, I'll have to ask you to wrap up, because the point is we have rules. I'm trying to implement those rules. Thank you.
I will continue, and hopefully without interruption. To conclude, the statute should be reinstated at the earliest opportunity. The cost of reinstatement has an estimated at around $10,000 or $15,000, depending on what exactly is covered by insurance, which would be equal to or less than the cost of officer time and outside resources required to conduct an unwanted consultation, the results of which we already know. The Herald Sun survey had 95% of people in favour of reinstating the statute. The Age, which is a different sort of reader to the Herald Sun, it was 66% in favour of reinstating the statute. And at the City of Port Phillip Council meeting tonight, it was 100% of speakers who spoke to the council meeting tonight were in favour of us reinstating the statute without delay. So no consultation is needed. We've already heard from them. It is also the express wish of one of our local Indigenous groups, the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council, to have the statute reinstated immediately. Councillors, the correct thing to do here is to vote this motion down and allow the CEO to reinstate the statute under delegation, as he would do with any other vandalised item in our municipality at the earliest opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Crawford, do you have your hand up next? Yep, Councillor Crawford.
I don't think councillors have read the new motion, which does state reinstatement of the statute. That's not up for debate. I think the question is, do we want to have a more sophisticated, nuanced conversation about the context for the history? Do we want to be consultative with our First Nations? And interestingly, again, ironically, in the First Nations, they said to move it to its original position in Katani Gardens, which is not where it currently is. So I would think under the current rules that we would have to consult anyway with Heritage Victoria if we were to listen to the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council. So there's kind of an irony is that there are many views, including that from our First Nations, so we do need to have a think about this. So people are kind of missing the point. One, First Nations people who we are indicating we should consult have actually asked it to move. Two, a lot of the community that spoke tonight, yes, want the reinstatement of the Heritage Listed National Trust statute, That's fine. That's what the motion is suggesting we should do. But again, to look a little bit further, and even the statue as it stands has nothing about Captain Cook's achievements. So there's a lacking in the plaque system as it stands, and actually our Heritage Committee has long suggested that that would occur before this vandalism. So I have to admit, I apologise. We had an email from a very experienced art professional and cultural professional who wanted us to ask the question, which I didn't, about whether we were aware of the state significance of the statue, and I want to reply, yes, we are. But again, I think perhaps in the original wording of the motion that went out, the nuance of what we're trying to capture wasn't in the wording, and hopefully this is it. There is merit in having a discussion about this statue, any of our statues, its location, the context in which it sits from time to time, and especially if it's one that's receiving vandalism at time to time. Just as we would with any other vandalised piece of work, we try to find solutions around how do we stop that from happening. And I do want to correct an error of fact by one of the speakers. Council did have a security guard that was starting like hours up, but later at 8 a.m. the next morning. So we have undertaken over the past few years security guards to try and protect the statue, knowing that vandalism can occur. But so far, obviously, it hasn't worked. But, you know, like many of the things, like murals recently, the one across the road that wasn't really working, or the ones in Carlisle Street that was having an impact on our community and creating concern, we reassessed that piece of art, that cultural work, and decided that perhaps, given for various reasons, it wasn't the right place, it wasn't the right context, we could do better in that situation, and we removed them. Art is not a static art is never static. Art exhibits move around the world, statues move around the world and are exhibited everywhere. So moving a statue, looking at an artwork where you can add plaques or add context to it is what the art world does. So I think we need to take it separately to Captain Cook. No one's trying to cancel culture. We're looking as whether there's an enhancement, really, and a sophisticated conversation we want to have with our First Nations traditional owners, of which we only heard from one, and also with our community, who I know there are mixed views. So my hope from this motion is that we can have that nuanced discussion, and that we don't have to have we can have your say, we can get people to email us, we can start thinking about ways we might represent First Nations and put it in context, and whether there is a spot, as Jason Briggs suggested back in its original in Katani Gardens. So, look, that's what we're asking you to have. It's not straightforward. Each side around Captain Cook is bringing up the reason why a consultation would be useful. So it is worth discussing solutions.
Just please don't interrupt, but I think there's a clarifying question.
A point of order.
Point of order. What's the point of order? Is your microphone on?
Sorry, Mayor. 49 part 3.E. Fact of error in that the Boonwurrung Foundation actually didn't say it to be moved to another location. Put it back.
Yeah. So on the point of order, I actually have the same kind of clarifying question. I think it might be easier for me to ask a clarifying question. Do we know when they said that, if they're aware the location it's now is a secondary location? When they refer to the original location, do we know what they actually meant?
Through you, Mayor, no, we haven't clarified that with them. But
okay.
And that's exactly why we should have the
Hold on, I'm going to deal with the point of order. So I actually think it's important to withdraw the comments that they said that, because I don't know if they did.
Fine.
So they did refer to the statue being in a location, and at this point we'll have to clarify that later. So if you could...
But again, that's confirmation that we need to have further discussions and deep understanding with both First Nations. The consultation is worthwhile having with our community and First Nations, because they're not even clear that it was moved in 1988. And perhaps they would be interested in moving it to a different spot if they were given that information. There is room for a discussion, a sophisticated, nuanced discussion, not about cancelling culture, but about, one, restoring the statue, which we all agree upon in this motion. Well, this is what the motion says, let's repair it and reinstate it. and then have a sophisticated conversation. It doesn't have to be divisive, and it's easy to say, oh, we don't want to do it when we're not willing to listen. But actually, the only way we can overcome divisiveness is let's throw those ideas out there, how that statue can look for the future in a modern context, in a 21st century setting, and look to ways that we can mitigate future vandalism, which is not okay. So I urge my fellow councillors, let's be sophisticated. Let's reinstate the statue and have that conversation, because at the moment it's not sophisticated and it's not binary. And at the moment the conversation is binary, but it shouldn't be.
Thank you. All right. Who would like to speak to it next? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's nothing sophisticated about this motion. It's an outrageous attempt to rewrite our history and, worst of all, rewards vandals for their actions. If the motion was to be successful, what would be the next targets for the vandals, and what would their version of history that they'd want to prevail, or just to cancel the history? What would be attacked next? The only way to respond to this is to restore the statue immediately and without qualification. And I guess that's where I differ with some of the other comments tonight. The motion does say now to restore the statue, so it's far better than the first version, but it's restoring it with qualifications. So qualifications of community engagement, qualifications of deciding the location, and qualifications of the context. Vandalism can't be rewarded with qualifications. Vandalism must be responded to directly, clearly and bluntly, that it will not succeed. We will not have our history and our community dictated to like that. So the statue must be restored. Separately, if councillors want to discuss, to your point, as a conversation around the contents or plaques or anything like that, that's entirely possible at any point in time. That conversation could have taken place and can take place. But to attach it to this motion means that the vandals will have some form of victory, and that's what I'm opposed to. We must respond categorically. And I mean, to point out the obvious in all this, and as Councillor Bond said, the Herald Sun has been, they ran a survey. We may not say it's sophisticated, but it is a survey reflecting this statue is a Victorian asset, not just a local asset. Jacinta Allen herself came out categorically the next day and said this statue must be restored. She didn't add any qualifications with context, community consultation, we should check what the public think. She was clear and very precise about it must go up straight away, and offered to contribute to the funding of it. So, and the Bunurong Land and Sea Council, they have been equally categoric in their response. I would have thought that we'd perhaps consult with them before this sort of a motion is even brought to council. It would seem fairly obvious. But you couldn't be any more categoric than they have been. And there was nothing saying, look at the location, we must consult, we must do all of this. They responded the way the rest of the communities responded in to not reinstate the statue, the destruction of which coincided. I mean, Councillor Bond has already read this out, referred to it as a heinous act to overshadow the goodwill and coming together of the community on the 26th of January. Should have no rationalisers or cheerleaders, is their words, to let the criminals win in their aims of the statue's destruction, but be wholeheartedly slammed for the criminality it is and be bought and be discouraged from occurring again. So I come back to my point that we can't attach qualifications for it. I'm happy to have a conversation around location or, well, actually I'm not. It shouldn't be sent anywhere else. But you can have a conversation about contents, but that's got to be done separately. We can't just allow... So the next building, monument or something that's vandalised, are we going to come back and say, well, we need to look at the contents of that, or we need to look at where that is located? Because once you open the door to this, the next thing that comes back to it might be something you don't want. it might be fine for today's agenda. It might not be something you want to talk about because you set a precedent, and that precedent is very significant because the next lot of vandals will be something else that doesn't suit someone else sitting here. So I think that's why we have such an important job tonight to actually make sure that we don't reward vandalism in any way, shape or form. So I won't be supporting this motion, and I'm happy to shut the door on this in terms of reinstating the statute and just be clear about that. It goes against what's in the best interest of the community, our history, and one of the worst aspects of this is that we've wasted all this time talking about it and we're taking the focus off the important work we should be doing as council. Suggesting that this motion supports what the BLSC is saying and the community is saying. We don't need a consultation about where to put this statue. And the emails and speakers have almost unanimously outlined their support for just restoring the statue as is. So that's why I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would another councillor like to speak to the item? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along with other councillors, I've also received many phone calls and emails from residents for restoring the statue and to put it back right where it currently sits. Right on that same plinth, just restore it to that same look and feel and location. We cannot allow vandals to get away with their criminal actions, was another message. We need to send a strong message to vandals that removing the statue does not change our history. And I think a few people have already said that around the table tonight. We're all aware of the history of Captain James Cook, and that not only did he map the east coast of Australia, but primarily set sail on a scientific expedition to track the transition of the planet Venus, because most importantly, this was to improve the safety of navigating across the seas. The James Cook statue, as already has been said, was unveiled by Victorian state parliamentarians, and their message was also because of his services to maritime history and exploration. So I see it most important or most appropriate that James Cook statue sits where it is, right next to the Royal Melbourne Yacht Squadron, which was founded in 1876. I also support the Victorian State Premier Jacinta Allens, who has publicly supported the reinstatement of Captain Cook's statue, aligning with a vision that respects our collective history and heritage, advising we must stand against vandalism and for the rule of law, ensuring our public spaces and historical markers are respected. If we do not restore the statue, then we are setting a precedent to allow vandals to tear down other monuments in the city of Port Phillip. Vandalism and criminal behaviour should not be rewarded, condoned or validated by anyone in the community, no matter what you believe in. Basically, if an activist group does not like some monument or symbol because it does not suit their belief system or agenda, then they go ahead and vandalise it, and council buckles at the knees and does not return it to its former state. Job done. The vandals win and they move on to their next target. Such vandalism, such criminal behaviour aims to cancel history. With no past, we have no future to steer us in the right direction. Tonight we have listened to a gallery of people, whether they're present here or online. To me, that's enough for a community consultation, where we've had basically 100%, as Councillor Bond said, 100% people just wanting to reinstate that Captain Cook statue. Simple, reinstate it, do it as soon as possible. We've also heard from officers that doing community consultation or some kind of process in such an area would cost us $12,500. And we've also heard that reinstating the statue is $15,000. well, we only need to do the $15,000, forget the community consultation, because we've had it here, right here tonight in front of everybody, where we all had the same message, just reinstate the statue. So I'll not be supporting this motion in its current form because I don't believe that community engagement process is what the community wants, and this is what they told us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Serkoff. There are a few more councillors who are able to speak on this. Would anybody like to speak on it? No? No? My turn. All right. We have received a lot of contact on this one, and it has been from diverse views. It's had national attention. I've had messages from people overseas, so international interest at some points. And those diverse views do make good points on both sides, but the majority have been in favour of reinstating the statute, and that's because this terrible act of vandalism is something that we don't want to see repeated again, and allowing it to possibly spread to other things. We had to take a strong stance, in my opinion. I think of the motions, the notice motion set before us, I'm fine with number one. I think it's good to be transparent of the costs and timeframes, not because it could hold us back, but more about it's a very complex one and people will want to be across what is happening. Second, I think repairing and reinstating is vital, so I'm happy with that. The third one gets a little bit more complex. So I know we don't have the confirmation from the... I'll go on and say thank you to the Boonwurrung Land and Sea Council for providing that letter. I think it was important what they said at the Wiacon Dillinja event and in this letter. We have, I believe, spoken to, or reached out to some of the other registered Aboriginal parties in our area, that touch the municipality. We haven't heard back yet, but that is also important that we ensure we have those views. And that's part of the reason I think that that this didn't have to come to us. The officers are doing a lot of work in the background, and there are a lot of options and potential that could come out of the work that they're already doing. And until that work is a little bit farther along, I think it's hard for us to go to community consultation, because community consultation, and I very much believe in it, is a lot about the questions you ask. And those questions we ask are unknown at this point. I think it's pretty vague, and without that information, I'm not ready to do this. And I also think that we have a lot on our plate right now at Council, and I'd like to make sure that the resources are being used to do those, including the work that they're already doing to reinstate the statute and perhaps some other concepts that might take the target off future vandalism or mitigate it, because this is another issue that people may still want to do it if there isn't maybe a little bit more, if we don't take the opportunity now to fill in some gaps in our history, maybe in an art form or something in that area. But I am not fixated on the location. And I mean that from the point of view is maybe as this conversation goes a little bit forward, it's not 1 metre over, that seems like a waste of money, but maybe it is 20 metres over and we sort of fit it in. That is for a longer conversation down the road. Where it geographically sits right now may not be the end result. But putting that statue back up there, taking a strong stance is really important. So I will be voting against this tonight, and I do not mean that because I don't believe in community consultation. I just don't think we're there yet. And the same body of work that may be able to look at an opportunity of where this statue sits currently, the tourism, the upgraded St Kilda Pier. I grew up overseas, and a lot of people I know who come and visit me may not actually know much about Captain Cook. And there may be an opportunity here that we could give it a little bit, something more there, because there is so much tourism from internationals. I think I have made my points. It's already late in the night, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Any other councillors want to speak to the item? All right. Would you like to close, Councillor Nyaguy? Oh, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to address some of the things that some of the other councillors have said when we speak on this. I note that both Councillor Bond and Councillor Pearl have made public statements about this issue, and Councillor Clark and Councillor Sirikoff have made statements here tonight as well. And in fact, Councillor Bond has made public statements. So I'm interested to know, given the theme of those statements, and I sort of have a question. Obviously, you can't respond with words, but you can nod or shake your head. So to confirm, so anybody who commits crimes to attempt to get us to change our policy on something...
Sorry to interrupt. Can you clarify what you're asking people to do? I missed you want people to nod heads. Who?
Haven't quite finished this. Sorry. Which would have made it clearer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
But to confirm, anybody who commits crimes to attempt to get us to change our policy on something, they should be resisted forcefully, correct? And whatever they're trying to get us to do, we should do the opposite. Is that correct? Is anybody... Not permitted to answer that question on the... No, you can nod or shake your head, though.
Are you making a comment, or are you asking...
I'm asking a question of councillors that you can nod or shake your head to.
I'm not responding to that.
Okay. So
intimidation.
Hey, everyone, excuse me. If you're not going to follow my direction, I'm going to have to adjourn this meeting.
Okay. Sorry, point of order, Mayor.
What is your point of order?
Councillor Pearl has made a defamatory statement under 49.3C. Councillor Pearl has accused me of attempting to intimidate councillors.
Okay, thank you for telling me what he said, because I was trying to speak over you to get order of this meeting, and I'm going to just give this opportunity for you all to lift your behaviour standards, because we can do better as a group here. I do think that this interactive exercise you may be asking for us to do is not appropriate in this matter. So if you would like to keep going with your address debate, you're welcome to, but won't be including head nods, please.
That's fine. Can you rule on my point of order about Councillor Pearl's statement accusing me of intimidating councillors?
Give me a minute. Sorry, as I said, I was trying to bring order and I didn't hear everything exactly. So you're saying that, I am going to rule in withdrawing. Just keep going. How do I do that? What? Okay. I'm going to just keep moving on. It has been told that it is my meeting, and I know you'll be disappointed in this, but I think that we just need to keep going. And I said to not engage in that activity, which I think that was what you were referring to, would be intimidation. So that is my ruling. Please keep going if you'd like. Thank you.
I'm very confused about what that ruling actually was, but I'll move on. So essentially what we've heard is that anybody who goes ahead and commits a crime to try to get us to change our policy on something, you cannot let them win. You have to resist that forcefully. In fact, you have to do the opposite. You have to not let them gain any advantage whatsoever. What I will say, last year we had far-right activists make death threats against kids at drag story time. And those 4 councillors all said we should consider whether we do these events. We don't believe in the death threats thing. We think that's bad, but these people have they represent a certain section of the community, and we should take that lead and go ahead and cancel those events. I just want people to understand that what we're dealing with here are not a consistent set of views. It's whatever suits people when they feel like it, right? When it comes to protecting a statue, a lump of metal, as one of the speakers said, from vandals, that requires a full court press, all the energy. When it comes to protecting queer children and rainbow families from death threats, nothing. They don't need protection. That
is unacceptable. That is a complete failure of leadership from councillors. The fact is, we've got a simple motion about community consultation here. It's been turned into an absolute crazy mess by Conservative councillors who are desperate to prosecute culture wars to disguise their complete lack of vision for Port Phillip. It's very easy to rail against wokeness, and I've had people make emails saying, well, what if this was the Pride Centre or something like that, as if the opposite of Cook is a gay person for some reason. It's very easy to do all of that sort of stuff instead of just soberly make decisions in the best interest of residents. I would actually love to hear some of these people define woke or what they call political, except that everything that they don't like is woke and political and unacceptable and cannot be justified, whereas everything that they do like is just common sense and not political. When it comes to history, I've heard councillors speak about, this statute, reinstating it immediately is important, or else we're cancelling history. Okay. I have a history degree, actually. I studied it in university. My specialities were the Renaissance period through the 1300s through to the early modern and revolutionary sort of period. Also, my other areas of expertise were Southeast Asian history, including Australia, and early Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Actually, there are many statues in these fields of inquiry, lots of them, but they don't teach history. Like if those statues didn't teach me about those things, if those statues didn't exist, a statue that commemorates Napoleon, for example, if that wasn't in a particular square, I wouldn't all of a sudden not know about the Napoleonic Wars or the Revolution. Statues don't provide any context. History is all about actually trying to understand the context of why things happen and why people take certain actions. A statue doesn't provide any of that context. It's just a statue. It's just a person, usually a dude, right? They're not how we teach history. They're generally how we venerate national or local heroes, right? And so, that's fine. But if one was to move or be taken down or something like that, all of a sudden people don't just stop learning about history. That sort of stuff is just absolutely nonsense. We've seen all over the world statues come down in all sorts of circumstances, sometimes because the community has changed their opinions and they've decided they no longer want to venerate this person. Sometimes it's quite violent. I mean, I remember seeing statues of Saddam Hussein being ripped down during the Iraq War. I don't think anybody's going to suggest that we have all forgotten about Saddam Hussein's brutal rule because we didn't have a statue there, that we should have kept the statue up and then put some context there to say, yes, he was a really bad guy, but, we've got to keep the statue up because otherwise people wouldn't learn about history. I mean, seriously. I know that, amateur historians like Councillor Bond and Councillor Pearl, I don't expect them to understand the complex historical factors here.
Please don't refer to other councillors. Can you please keep this?
Well, I did. So Councillor Bond actually said that we don't know our history, that we haven't been educated properly.
I am asking you to keep to it. I have no idea what degrees they have, and they didn't reveal that, so can you please keep going?
I don't have history degrees on that.
International trade, if you...
Thank you. All right, sure. Keep going, but please no more interruptions.
International trade in the 1700s? Or, no. So I think that history is actually about interrogating these things. It's about having these difficult conversations. It's not simply about looking at a statue and going, oh, geez, that guy was great, right? That is not what the study of history is. That is not how people understand history. It's entirely appropriate to respond to changing attitudes about individuals when it comes to our community. Community sentiment often changes when it comes to regarding historical persons or events, and that is okay. Despite the heritage protection on the statue, it remains a fact that James Cook never set foot on any part of Port Phillip. There's no relevant local history here aside from the local history of the commissioning and erection of the statue, right? I guess for me, I'm not particularly fussed. Like I said, it's a statue. It actually, to me, as a historian, has no historical value, really. It doesn't teach me anything more about Captain Cook than I knew from my studies, and that people do get taught in school. I understand there are people who want to retain this statue, but I'd be interested to hear what they want to suggest if the vandalism continues, right? And this is really the question that I think should go out to the community, right? How much are we willing to spend and to do to protect this statue? Because I can actually quite easily say what I'm willing to do to protect queer kids who are being threatened at drag story time, right? Like, people have asked me, well, what if these threats continue, you know? Like, what would you be willing to do? And I've thought about that and I'm able to put that out there. What I'm asking for is that same level of detail when it comes to protecting a statue. Are we talking about building a wall around it? Are we talking about monitored CCTV throughout the year, 24/7? Are we talking about security guards? If it's a security guard there, well, you know, we had security guards before, so do we do it for the entire week before Australia Day? What if the vandals decide they'll do it the week before? Like, where does that actually end? And I'm interested to know, you know, where does it end for people, right? At what point do we spend more money on protecting this lump of metal, this, you know, of a very famous and you know, venerable explorer, sure, but a statue, really? At what point do we spend more money on that than we do on, say, feeding people in Port Phillip? At what stage does it become untenable to continue to retain the asset in the face of regular vandalism? These are the questions I want to ask the community, right? What is it that people think we should do here? Because I think at some point, some people might say, you know what, if it's going to keep getting chopped off there, maybe we do move it. I want to hear from people. And what I will say is, I understand that councillors want to say that the small amount of emails that we've received is an overwhelming and representative view of the community. It's not. I've received 11 emails and 1 phone call, and I know that people who are very into defending Cook, maybe they don't want to call me, maybe they want to call Councillor Bond or Councillor Pearl given their public statements, so maybe they've received more, maybe they've received twice as much. Maybe they've received 3 times as much. Let's say they've received 50 emails each. There are 100,000 people in this community. So even if they've received 100 contacts from people, that'd be 1/1000th. What's that? 0.1% of our community has weighed in. And it's the 0.1% that has been angry enough to make their voice heard on something because they saw the issue coming up. That's not community consultation. That's not representative. Let's do it right. Let's actually hear from people. And let's have that sophisticated conversation that Councillor Crawford referred to. It's as simple as that. We're not even talking about whether the statue goes up or down, but we need to contextualise. We're talking about a statue, just a statue, and what do we want to do with it going forward?
Thank you. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to it?
Sure, let's...
That's okay. He can change his mind at any point. I do not need the feedback. Thank you. Keep going, Councillor Pearl. I have not called anybody to close. It is still open, and it happens all the time. Keep going, Councillor Pearl.
Yeah, it was a fairly nasty debate in the end, which it didn't have to be, in my opinion. I wasn't going to speak. In fact, my ravel notes here don't make much sequence, but let me give this a quick and short go. We live in a great country. It's not a perfect country, but it's a great country. And I think from what I'm hearing, we all pretty much agree that the statue should go back up. And that's a good thing. Because the average person, and generally speaking, people understand the context of our history, and the complexity of our history. And I was interested to hear Councillor Nyaguy's context of his version of history that he's been taught and some people listen to. But I don't think there's many people in this country that espouse to that version of history. I wasn't taught that way back in the 1980s at school, and I'm concerned that you were taught that version of history in the early 2000s in Victoria, because even in the somewhat, some would say, backward stages of Tasmania where I grew up, yes, I agree, shame on that. I was taught a version of history that brought out the best in some of the best Indigenous leaders in the country, as well as European settlers, including the French, etc., and the things they brought and the contribution that they made to our country. The statue should go back up for a simple reason, and that reason is respect. Respect for the rule of law and democracy that we operate under, and respect for freedom of speech. Everyone has the right to disagree with a statue being in place, or a book being read, or the level of which we should protect our children and our staff, and the actions that officers take to put those things in place. Everyone can disagree with that, and that's fine, and that's acceptable. But what's not acceptable, and what we can't walk past, is people using violence, using intimidation in all sorts of forms, and using vandalism to make a point. Why? Because if you walk past that, you're endorsing the behaviour of bullies. And bullies only stand up to one thing, and that is being held account to their actions. Because if they're not found out, and I don't know the direct links between what happened on Saturday, but looking at the social media of these people and the people that are purporting this, it appears to me, quite clear links between some of the activities that have been going on in our city recently and what these people's focus are. If we don't hold them accountable for their actions and we kowtail to them in terms of that form of activism, it will get worse and people will get hurt. And we've seen it in this chamber since I've been here. We've seen acts of anti-Semitic intimidation at that desk there. And if we stood and walked by that behaviour, it would have got worse. It would have got worse. So, councillors, we live in a complex country, that's true, but it's one of the best countries on earth. I don't want to sound like those kitschy Americans that say they live in the best country on earth. But I've also wondered why on earth, and you call the point of order on this if you wish, but why on earth anyone will want dual citizenship with another country? Like, you only need one passport in this country, and that's this one.
Point of order, Mayor.
What is the point of order?
Oh, I think Councillor Pearl is attempting to intimidate me because of my dual citizenship.
Oh, man. I withdraw. I was not aware that Councillor Baxter had dual citizenship to any country. I don't know what that country is. That is a long bow. But anyway, okay, so withdraw that. But I don't understand why, well, just won't go down that track. God. Mayor, I'll ask you to stop Councillor Baxter from interjecting. He's intimidating people tonight. It's unacceptable.
Everyone, we know the rules, councillors. I expect you to behave better. Lift the standard, please. Do not interrupt unless it's a point of order in a formal format.
So I spoke to the traditional owners that wrote to us here before I came here this evening and got their view and context of this. And their letter is so eloquently written, I don't need to add to that. But what was very clear is our traditional owners and me and the average person in our society wants to move forward and wants to respectfully view all aspects of our history, not whitewashing it, not realising what happened, but just understanding the context of the world we live in and the respect we should show to each other. Now, if we don't put this statue back, we run the risk of it happening again, sure, to that statue, but also these people not being held account to their actions and them escalating to the sorts of things we saw on the weekend. People can get hurt and people can get killed in some countries for this sort of thing, and that's not a country I want to live in. So let's put the statue back. Let's not spend unnecessary money on point 3 on a consultation that will only seek to divide us. And albeit I respect the councillor for putting this motion here this evening, I won't go down that track. I won't go down that track. I don't want to be in a situation tonight where we get into more denigration of or perceived denigration. That's not where I want to go. Let's work together and put this statue back and help us on the path to be a more respectful community, and a community that is respectful for each other's views and walks past intimidation and walks past vandalism. Let's get this statue back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to close the debate?
I don't know what you say. I mean, I think the thing that, and I suppose I'll say this more as a sort of 32-year-old millennial, allegedly woke, according to some out in the community person, there's an immense frustration when, with generosity and politeness, we politely ask to have a conversation about these kind of things, and the door is slammed in our face. The reason, I think, in part, that we have these kind of vandalistic acts is because when people seek out a democratic way, a legitimate way to voice their opinions about these things, to have these conversations, we just say, no, we're not touching the statue, we're not talking about the statue, how dare you question the statue? I've been honestly shocked by, I didn't really want to talk about it tonight, but I didn't put out any media statements when I put up this notice of motion the other day. I just simply put it into the system as you do normally. It was not something I spent hours and hours thinking about, to be honest. I sort of knew that I wanted us to do consultation. I thought it was important. I wrote it up and I sent it out. And, then I started getting media inquiries, I assume because one of my colleagues had put out media statements about it. And suddenly I was sort of thrown into a bit of a media storm. And I started to get some very nasty emails, people telling me I should move back overseas, that I should resign, that I'm a filthy racist, and other things that I won't say in this chamber. And I was kind of shocked by the level to which people, the majority of the emails, I would say, were not playing the issue, they were playing the man. They were responding to me personally, they weren't talking really about the motion. Most of the debate tonight has not really been about the motion, because the motion is putting the statue back. I think we've all agreed on that. We've had conversations in the last week and we've decided that that's an important part. Oh.
Please don't interrupt. Keep going. Keep going. You have the right to close here, Robbie.
And we've tried to find a way forward. We're trying to find a way to talk about these things as a country. I think we're going to keep seeing this kind of frustration. It's kind of exhausting. I really do care about this country, and I care about my role as a leader. It's not often that you find yourself in a situation where you actually do have a decision-making power. And a lot of my friends, the day the statue got cut down, were sort of messaging me about it and pointing out that I'm a councillor in that council area. I could do something. I could respond to it in some way. And I spent a lot of time thinking about, how do I want to respond to this? What do I think about this? What do I think about Cook? And so I went away and I did some reading, a lot more reading about Cook. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on him, as my SOS book would show. And reflecting upon our history. And ultimately, I think it's incredibly important that we as councillors respond. We have a responsibility for these things, because we are the custodians of these bits of public space. We are the custodians of these monuments. We are the custodians in our community. And I think it's really important that we respond. The reason there's so much community interest, the reason it's on the TV and in the radio and elsewhere, is because people do get excited and energised and interested in these bits of our history. I think to respond to this by simply slamming the door in their face and saying, we don't want to hear from you. We're really happy to hear from the readers of the Herald Sun. We're really happy to hear from the older, educated people in our community who know how to lodge an email and complain at a council meeting. But we're not going to go out to the broader community, as Councillor Baxter put it, the other 100,000 or so people live in this city. who are younger, who are progressive, who want to have these conversations, who overwhelmingly voted yes because they want to move these conversations forward. And the message they're going to get from tonight, if this motion fails, is when these things happen, we're just going to double down. We're going to double down on the lies about our colonial past. We're not going to have an adult conversation. We're not going to talk about how we might maturely move forward together. We're just going to say, off, you don't need to be here. You don't need to talk to us. We don't want to hear from you. And that makes me pretty mad because I want to hear from our community and I want to find a way to move forward. And I think if we continually slam the door in people, I think that's when we see these kind of unfortunate acts. That's when we see the kind of tragedy that is this kind of vandalism. To me, that speaks to a deep disempowerment. Whenever we talk about graffiti, we talk about it in the context of people who are deeply disempowered, that people are often unemployed, who've had all kinds of difficult things in their lives. And so rather than responding to that by simply slamming doors in their face, we can say, come in and talk to us. Come in and talk to us in a democratic, legitimate way. Let's legitimately, democratically resolve these differences. Or we can say, no, you're not a stakeholder in this community. We don't want to hear from you. And so I think it'd be really disappointing if this motion fails tonight because it sort of sends the message to the community and to the wider country that when we have these kind of things happen, we say, nah, we don't want to talk about this any further. That'll be the message that people will take away from this. I think that's not the message that I wanted people to take away from this.
Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy. All right, that is the end of the debate. I'll now put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? All those against?
We have a division, Mayor.
Yeah, we'll do it again. All those in favour? Councillor Nyaguy, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin. I can't quite see your hand, but I think that, yep, there you go. Thank you. It's just cut off. Thank you. All those against? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Consolo, and Councillor Clark. That is failed. All right, can you please keep an orderly reaction? Okay, I think we need another break and an opportunity for people to go home. Thank you for coming tonight. We still have a few items on the agenda, and I appreciate that there are still people here waiting to hear those. So we're going to keep it a short break of 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you. We have finished out the notice of motion, so we're going back to the presentation of reports. Okay, so the first one up is 8.1, which is a presentation of November CEO report, issue 102. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? No? All right, who would like to move this? Councillor Bond. And who would like to second it? Councillor Clark. Sorry, keeping up my paperwork here. Thank you. All right, Councillor Bond, do you want to speak to it? Councillor Clark?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item tonight? No? All right, then let's take that to the vote. All those in favour? I didn't see all hands, but I'll say that's carried. Okay. All right, we're going... It is unfair the amount of debate we do on certain items. This one is important. Okay, so we're on to 9.1 now. This is aged care reform engagement report. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Baxter?
Can I just ask if officers can clarify whether the engagement report explicitly provided the option for respondents to say that they wanted no change?
Bridget, are you able to help us, please?
Through the Mayor, no, the consultation didn't explicitly ask the question, would you like no change?
Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff?
When Council was engaging with the different community groups on aged care, was the information shared with those persons that Council is in a difficult situation with delivering those services?
coming up with the proposed model that we went out to through the Mayor, coming up with the proposed model allowed us to talk to community members, clients, staff and those community groups that we consulted with on the difficulties that local governments, not just COP, but also across Victoria, face in meeting the requirements of the Support at Home program.
Thank you.
Further questions? If not, Councillor Nyaguy, thanks.
If Council were to defer a decision and have further consideration on this, would this be the appropriate juncture, or would it be in 2 weeks when the full report comes to Council?
CEO wants to take that.
My suggestion is that you make that decision when you see the Council report in 2 weeks, if you feel that you would like to defer the decision then.
Thank you. Further questions? Otherwise, I'm looking for someone to move this or welcome move something else. Councillor Bond to move it. Who would like to second it? I'll second it. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm sorry, Councillor Martin. I see your hand now. It's hard to see you the way you're on the screen. It's just your hand's a bit chopped off, by the way. Maybe go a little bit more in front of your face or something. It might be hard to see too, but sorry. All right, so I've seconded it. Bond, would you like to speak to it? All right. I'll add that I know we're coming back in 2 weeks to make an important decision, and we may have some foreshadowing or something that there may be other people who want to consider something else, but it's been an immense amount of work, and I think it was 2021, I can't find my notes right now, that this conversation at least then started. So it's been many years, and I understand there's an extension, but our community's been consulted at this point. We've heard a good, substantial amount of of our clientele, I guess is the right term, respond to this high community engagement. And I think that's one of the most important parts of our community engagement, that we have conveyed the information and heard back from what they want. Some people may not want to change, and we'll work through that in various forms. But thank you for participating in the process, and a decision will be coming in 2 weeks. Who would like to speak to it next? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, so I'll vote for this motion to accept the report. I do think that, as Councillor Kinsella said, we've been going through this process for a long time. In my view, we have very thoroughly investigated the particular options in the path that we're currently going down. I remain unconvinced that we've properly investigated the other options on other paths, particularly those that other councils have taken, such as Bayside Council. I do think that while this was a very well put together engagement, and it was put together according to the specification of the council, so there's nobody's done a bad job here. I think that there's a real problem when you put forward an engagement that says this is changing. What are your thoughts on how it's changing and that sort of thing? And you get such a significant feedback of people saying, "Well, I actually would prefer no change," when that wasn't even asked for. I think that's a real. I think that should be a bit of a trigger for us to rethink what we're doing here. And I'll have a motion for the next council meeting that talks about that. But yeah, the engagement report here is pretty clearly telling us that the community that we engaged with are not sold on this, and I think it's on us to make sure that we're turning over every stone to look at our options.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Martin next.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone who's been engaged in the process so far, everyone who's responded. I'd particularly like to acknowledge the Older Persons Advisory Committee, and I'd like to fully endorse everything that the OPAC Chair, Wendy Priddle, said earlier during public question time. There are issues there are major financial issues if Council continues to operate its current model of support. There are a range of challenges if we move to the proposed village model, that's connector model, which if it's not resourced appropriately and if we don't have the right organisations involved, has the potential to go pear-shaped, as we've seen happen in some outer suburban councils that handed over their in-home care to for-profit operators and things fell over. I'm confident that our council wouldn't let that happen. However, we're facing a challenge. We're also facing an opportunity that over the next 2 weeks we as councillors and our committee members can consider. So if we do go to the village model with its aligned connector program, is there a chance that we can provide a better service to our older people than we currently do? So, for example, I note that there are only 650 people currently availing themselves of the in-home care service. Might be 651 in a couple of years when I join them. I believe there are far more people in our municipality who should be involved in that program and who, for whatever reason, currently aren't aware that the program exists. Our current program has worked well for a number of years, but in the last few months hasn't worked quite as well as it's done previously, mainly because of staffing issues, with such a staff uncertainty in these times, with staff not being aware where things are going. Some of our staff have taken the opportunity to look elsewhere, and who can blame them? And as a result, we haven't been quite as effective in delivering the level of care that we'd like to. The other day, I have an 82-year-old neighbour, and on a 34-degree day, I saw him shuffling along with his walking frame and a big bag of shopping. And I went over and grabbed the shopping bag and asked what was he doing out on a hot day, and he was moving at about half a kilometre an hour. Someone was supposed to come and help him with his shopping, but they hadn't turned up, so he decided at the age of 82 he'd press on into the 34-degree heat and walk 600 metres to the supermarket. When I see that happening with a neighbour, I'm concerned. Now, luckily, I'm a councillor. I rang our staff, and our Port Phillip staff have been absolutely wonderful in supporting this neighbour in the few days since I alerted them to this. If he didn't have me as a neighbour, things probably may have got a lot worse. So whatever we do, we need to make sure that we improve our service delivery, and we have an opportunity, as well as a challenge here. If our connector role is funded appropriately and works appropriately, we can be a very successful first port of call for any older person, and I include myself in that group, who has any issue to do with aged care support, whether it's in-home or whether they need to be put in a direction to look at something perhaps in the care sector. And what I'd like to see is that our council would be the first port of call for all older people in the city of Port Phillip. Not necessarily to deliver all the services, but to manage the delivery of those services. So if in 5 years' time, are finding that my provider isn't doing what I want, I know I can ring the council and they'll work with the provider to ensure that things get fixed straight away. Our older people are probably the strongest supporters of our council that we have. They trust us. They believe in us. We should treasure that support, and we need to live up to their confidence in us. So whatever we do in 2 weeks' time, we need to make sure that the program that we adopt is one that's going to improve the level of support that we're giving to our older people. And I believe that we can become a lighthouse program for the rest of Victoria and or Australia, as we can become that one-stop shop where any older person can come along, and perhaps it might be to do with the community bus service that we deliver. It might be to do with the service outsourced, but that council would manage and direct on their behalf, or it might be just to give them the information that they need in order to move to the entry level into the in-home care, into the out-of-home care sector. So really, really important thing that we're going to do. We spend a lot of time looking after our young people. We've got a maternal and child health nurse system. We put heaps of resources into looking after them. Our older people are just as important, and some of them are just as needing of support as the 2, 3 and 4-year-olds, and we need to give them the same level of care. So let's make sure that whatever we do in 2 weeks' time, we allow our older people to keep faith in us, and that whatever program we deliver, it's a program that they can have 100% confidence that council will be able to meet their needs, either through the work of council officers themselves or by directing those people to the appropriate source of information.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, Councillor Nyaguy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very probably echoing kind of the comments of Councillor Baxter. So I'm still quite troubled by our approach, and still don't feel that we've fully explored all the options and all the kind of questions that need to be answered. I think it's really important that we're making such a significant change to a really long-standing service and something that so many community members find so important, that we do so soberly and we do really can hand on heart say that we've run down every rabbit hole, we've investigated every angle, and we can confidently say that we don't think that on balance it's possible and sustainable for us to maintain the existing services. I don't feel like I can fully say that to the community. I think that we, in early briefings, kind of took that item off the table and didn't really fully explore it. I'll be honest, I think in the broader context there's certainly a lot of headwinds against council staying in these services, and I think potentially the outcome would remain the same, but I'm sort of struggling to support a process where I don't feel that I've fully answered all of my questions, and I feel like the kind of councillor group, which is their right, made a decision kind of early on to take this staying in option off the table. We didn't really fully expand on options around trying to partner with other agencies, and so I'm not fully satisfied yet. I will support this report tonight, but I'm not fully satisfied that this is the right approach just yet. I'm particularly, I guess, concerned about the impact this will have on workers. I think, there are lots of really excellent non-profit providers in the sector who do really excellent work, but we know that government provision of these services pay better and have better conditions and support. And it's something that generally concerns me about the entire care sector, whether it be aged care, disability care, childcare or something else. We have a very casualised and underpaid workforce doing some of the most important work in our community. I think there's almost nothing more important than the care sector, and yet they are underpaid and undersupported. And so I really do worry about how that impacts people if we're stepping out of these services. I think I'll probably leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Any other councillors speaking to the item? Councillor Sirikoff?
I think that the officers have done a great job in exploring all the options. We've had numerous meetings, briefings on what the change going from one system to another system. Extensive, as already said by one of the officers, there's been extensive consultation in the community as well, and the realities of what council has to deal with here. The report does state that the council does not have the scale or efficiencies of operations, the breadth of service offerings, clinical capabilities or quality systems to respond to the implementation of the proposed supported home program. Even in tonight's November CEO report, also speaks to the same issues of the implementation of the aged care reforms as the federal government moves to a competitive marketplace, including reducing the volume of service referrals that council receives, industry resourcing challenges, and the growing cost of delivering services above funding rates. So we're in a situation where council is having issues with delivering the services at the moment, and so, but by going to this whole new system, we're going to make sure that nobody falls between the cracks, and we're going to do that by having a community connector service that'll be operating for at least the first 12 to 18 months, taking on some new staff that can manage that, and so that all the aged people or those people in the system can find the services that they need. And those services will be for the new Support at Home program, My Aged Care program, and also council and locally provided services that the council is already providing at the moment. So what's going to happen with this community connector service is it's going to maintain that continuity of care with no gap in the overall services for all clients. So I'm happy with what I'm satisfied with the thoroughness that we've looked at coming to this position now, because we have been thoroughly informed by the officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to it? All right, ready to go. Councillor Bond, would you like to close the debate? No? All right, we'll take that to the vote. I note that, hold on, actually, because he's gone, it's all right. All right, I note one of the councillors left the room. I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to 10.1. This is the draft South Melbourne Structure Plan. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? I have one. So with some of the speakers tonight, the wedge that they were referring to, if we were of the mind to change the zoning on it, when would that direction or idea come in? Would it be now or through a different part of the process?
Through you, Mayor, what's on the table tonight is the draft structure plan, and we are wanting just to put that out for community consultation so people can then submit their concerns, and that rezoning may be one of the concerns that we receive from various landowners. We would then consider it and then report back to Council on the engagement and any changes to that structure plan, which may then make the decision on whether to rezone or not. So that's part of the next step. And then once that draft is actually looking to be finalised, then it will go through a formal amendment process, which means it would introduce it into the planning scheme. So then again, the community will be able to have further input into that process.
Great, thank you. Any further questions on the item? Councillor Crawford?
We heard from two people tonight that I hadn't really heard from during the whole process. Did you just say that and I was totally tuned out about the zoning?
The wedge in the zone, yeah. So would you like to...
Sorry, I was completely thinking about something else at that point.
The answer was...
maybe my question's slightly different, sorry.
Sure.
Do we have to zone that wedge differently? Does it matter if it's currently industrial, or does it make any difference really to change the zoning?
The evidence that we have prepared in the technical report supports the proposition to rezone, and that's why it's included within the structure plan.
Maybe I'll clarify on that one, but I think what the statements tonight were, yes, you're looking to rezone it, but they want it rezoned to something else. So the first answer is that it would be at a later date if we receive that feedback and it's convincing, and that's okay. Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Okay. Oh, Councillor Pro would like to move this? Sure. Would anybody like to second it? Councillor Bond. Councillor Pro, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thanks very much. The draft plan is a considerable response to the complex challenges and opportunities of South Melbourne. It addressed some of the important issues in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery, yet there are still some concerns potentially that persist with it in terms of the plan's ability to adequately address the urgent need for high-quality housing. That there isn't a substantial uplift of housing in the area under the plan, like a substantial one. The population of the area has been dropping for some time, and especially for young people. We need to have better options for young people in the municipality in terms of places they can live in close proximity to their work and their families. We don't want this area to become merely an extension of South Bank and the CBD, and I think this plan goes a long way to ensure that doesn't occur. We want South Melbourne to retain its unique significance to our city, but also in the broader context of the City of Melbourne. We should be setting new benchmarks for what it means to live and work in South Melbourne, and South Melbourne is in need of revitalisation, and this plan is one step in the process as hopefully we can create an environment that is conducive to increased housing supply, albeit it's not the number one primary objective of this here this evening. Obviously, this is going out to consultation, so the voice of our residents is critical, and this process is about partnership and each of us contributing to the legacy of South Melbourne. So I obviously encourage all of us to make sure that we involve ourselves in this process going forward, because it's a very important one in terms of the blueprint for the future. And this is one of the things that a councillor can do to and the community can do also, is to completely change the landscape of what this area will look like in decades to come. So it's not something we do lightly, but very interested to see how this process moves forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Would you like to speak to it? No. Any other councillors speaking to the item?
Me, please, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Martin. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Firstly, thank you to the officers for putting together a very, very comprehensive report. It was very hard to read on the plane. The writing is very small, but I think I've got through it all and digested it all. When we go to community consultation, and perhaps even before we do that, councillors, some of the key stakeholders probably would love the opportunity to talk to councillors directly, and I refer particularly to groups like the Clarendon and Coventry Street Traders Association, and I know some of the major developers in the area are very keen to talk to us about the possibility, as we've mentioned, about that wedge area, including some housing there. So there are a raft of issues there that probably, as a ward councillor, I'd love people from the other two wards to try and meet with at least some of the key stakeholders so we're better informed as we come to a decision. And last but not least, it would be great if in the middle of all this we got those new verandas in Clarendon Street.
Thank you. Any Councillor Nyaguy? Yeah.
I just wanted to say, really appreciate the officers' work on this one. It's been like a really excellent exercise, and I think there's a lot of work that we can do to, I guess, better plan for South Melbourne. It sort of surprised me to learn through this process that the population has been so static for so long, and some of the kind of perverse outcomes of our kind of, like what they call the wedding cake building approach. And I think a lot of the work that this structure plan will deliver will ultimately mean a much better, more livable South Melbourne that can meet the objectives of our broader city and ultimately, hopefully, do things like revitalise Clarendon Street.
Thank you. I'll add, I think this is very important work, and I appreciate that the officers too have put in a lot, and it's been a long process among this council term. We've seen this come to us many times. So it'd be good now that this is going to go out to the community to hear that the feedback. It's 20 years of the framework guide here, so obviously a very long time that we are going to have impact on. And I hear from some of the submissions tonight and conversations across with some of the stakeholders in the area that the daytime is mostly working, but people leave, and the nighttime there's just not the population anymore. So trying to find the balance there, and either that is that all the neighbouring areas, which there has been a lot of growth around it, are drawn in, or maybe establishing a lot of changes in the ability to have mixed use zones, etc. And the wedge is a good example of it's changed over time and how it speaks to its neighbouring properties as well, and what kind of gateway it should be. The one point was saying that there are areas of South Melbourne that shouldn't have residential in it because there may be examples like 24/7 machinery, and that does make sense. We do have some industry and businesses there, including a lot of creative industries that do need to have that buffer of where we won't have people complaining when they live there that what has already been there is causing amenity issues. So it is trying to find the right balance there. We can't just throw in apartments above every structure in the area, but perhaps there's a few that maybe we've not missed, but might need to still consider. So the community has that opportunity to inform us a little bit more, seeing what we're proposing. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to it? No. All right. Then Councillor Pearl, would you like to close?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. We have next 12.1, which is Fitzroy Street Special Rate and Charge, consideration of submissions. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No? All right. Councillor Bond, would you like to move this? Yes? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bond to move. Who would like to second? Councillor Nyaguy, thank you. Okay. Councillor Bond, go ahead and speak to it if you'd like.
I know he's gone home, but I'd just love to thank David Blakely and his committee for all the wonderful work they do on their committee for Fitzroy Street and getting out there and promoting and activating and all round doing some really great stuff for their streets, or their street, I should say. I'll speak to Acland Street separately. I'll speak to them both now. It's coming up next. And Janet as well, the great work she does for Acland Street. We know all the great activities. One of them was on Sunday with the Pride March. The Fitzroy Street business decorate the street, and they had a competition amongst all their businesses to whoever had all the best activations, and really make events like what happened on Sunday really work for their members. And I know Janet does the same with Acland Street. They spend hours and hours of their own time outside of running their own businesses to also take part in the running of the committees that run those streets. I know they'd probably love to be home in their home and with the families and speaking to people rather than sitting in a council meeting tonight till about 10:30 when they think they left. But yeah, just thank them both and their committees enormously on behalf of council for all the great work they do. And I just don't think they ever get enough recognition in the community, the two of them and the other traders groups we have. So I'd just like to recognise that tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to speak to it?
Just agree with everything Councillor Bond said.
All right. Anybody else want to speak to this item? Councillor Baxter?
Yeah, I was going to thank David Blakely and his team and Janet and her team as well. But so, what else is there? But yeah, it's a really great outcome that we sort of get here, and it's not necessarily a controversial issue. It's not a fight because of the process that we've gone through and the fact that we've got such great partners to work with.
Thank you. If there's no one else speaking to it, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. On to 12.2, similar but different. Acland Street Village special rate and charge, consideration of submissions. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Councillor Bond, is that to move or a question?
I do actually have a question. There were submissions to the Acland Street special rate from people who have offices at the base of the new St Moritz apartments, and I think they had an objection to having to pay the special rate on the basis that they're sort of home offices connected to the apartments upstairs and shouldn't be included in the special rate. And I'll contrast that with the Esplanade apartments, which I believe falls into Fitzroy Street, which I know very, very well, have home offices down the bottom of those particular apartments, which I don't believe are subject to the special rate that the home offices, separated offices at the St Moritz will be subject to. So is there a reason those two groups, bundles of apartments, offices below apartments are treated differently?
Through you, Mayor, our rates team are currently assessing those particular objections and will provide advice to councillors in time for the final vote on April 17.
Thank you. All right, who would like to move this? Okay, Councillor Bond and Councillor Sirikoff second. Thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it? Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff?
Very briefly, thanks, Mayor. What I like about this whole thing is that the special rate and charge is something that's collected by council on behalf of the businesses in each of these precincts, and so council does not use any of that money to do in whatever the way they want. They just hold it for the different various business associations, and it's up to them for how they want to spend that money, how they want to invigorate their business precinct, and so it's all up to them to put in what they want to get out of it. So I think this is a great scheme, and it was also good to see that there were very few objections to it. So here's to the Acland Street precinct and also to the Fitzroy Street precinct that they do continue to vitalise the areas. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, under 13.1, this is Audit and Risk Committee, the appointment of Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson for 2024 and reappointment of an independent member. Any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Would anybody like to move this? I'll go ahead and move it. Councillor to move. Would anybody like to second this one? Councillor Clark to second. Okay. I'll quickly say I am one of the councillors on the Audit and Risk Committee. I think that these two members that are listed here are doing excellent work to bring a lot of value and also chair the meetings very well. So I'm happy with what's recommended here. And I hope that everyone supports it. Councillor Clark, would you like to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Bond.
On behalf of the 7 councillors that are not on the Audit and Risk Committee, we thank the 2.
Anybody else speaking to it? Councillor Sirikoff?
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. I'm just so pleased to be on the Audit and Risk Committee, and and I think everybody else is. It's 4th year in a row. Nobody else is volunteering, but I'm really, really happy with the recommendation of Brian Denson and also Helen Lanyon to continue on in this capacity, and I really look forward to working with them in the next 7 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to it? Otherwise, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, last report on the agenda. This is 13.2, appointment of authorised officers pursuant to Planning and Environment Act 1987. All right. Any questions of the officers in relation to this report? No? All right. Who would like to move this? Councillor Crawford, thank you. Who would like to second it? Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy. All right, Councillor Crawford, do you want to speak to it? Councillor Nyaguy, do you want to speak to it? Does anybody else want to speak to it? No? All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, we've already handled the notices of motion, so the next item is item 15, reports by councillor delegates. Councillors, do we have any reports from councillor delegates? Okay. All right, we are now on to urgent items of business. Councillors, do we have any urgent items of business? On to 17, confidential matters. Councillors, we have one confidential report listed on the agenda, being 17.1, JL Murphy Community Pitch Synthetic Field Budget Request. I now call on a councillor to move that the meeting be closed to members of the public to consider the confidential item. Thank you, Councillor Pearl, and seconded by Councillor Nyaguy. Thank you. I'll now put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Councillors, we will now conclude the public part of this meeting. I advise members of the public that there are no further open items to be discussed. This will be the conclusion of the public meeting. Thank you all for joining us.